Cold. You a cold cat. Sirach, hello. How are you? What time is your country? It is 5:10 a.m. 5 in the morning. I've been awake since 1 o'clock. What about you? God, he's cold. All right, today we are...
Is there a save without closing this thing? Because if I hit save, it closes. That's gonna be so annoying. Joe, how's it going, man?
All right. Sorry, I was just watching Sovereign Dev stream. We are gonna actually be talking to Sov in a sec. How should I... You know what, I'll just call him. You're great? Hell yeah, that's good to hear. I love it when people are doing well. You know, I might just grab a jumper real quick. Hold on.
Kind of stuff. We had to use Niagara to render the entities instead, because like, sure, we could simulate 100,000 like AI, right? But I couldn't have 100,000 actors moving around, right? Like that would kill performance. Unreal wasn't built to render like that. But it is really cool, like CPU-wise, to be able to handle an insane amount of data with extreme performance. Yeah, I'm good, Prismatica. Just let me know right before you do, because I think I'm in streamer mode, so it actually won't go off for me. Now? Okay. Let me pause my music.
Oh, different mic. How's my mic sound? Is it awful? I forgot my stream mic is different from my other mic. Yeah. Is it? Oh God. Yeah, that's my bad. Let's see if I can turn you up for stream. I know. It's crazy. It's perfect. Yeah, that's smart. I'm gonna do that too.
It's sorry, I was muted on my own stream. Never mind. I've figured that out now. Cool.
I gotta re-download the Prismatica you sent me because I don't remember where I put it last time.
True. Actually, do you want me to send you? I'll send you what I've got right now.
Oh, right. Yeah. Perfect.
I don't think anything would have changed under the hood since then, but I will do that anyway if I can find it. Here we go. Content. No, not content. Plugins. Prismatica. Send you to a zippity dippity. Send to. Huh? Send to. Zip folder. $55 megabytes. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have that kind of space.
Yeah. It's gonna take me like 50 hours to upload it.
Yeah.
Nah, it should be fine. It should take approximately 2 minutes, I think. Oh, it's going. It's going. Although my stream might die.
Oh yeah, that happens when I upload
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
to Steam.
Yeah, true, true. Can you set priorities of like internet access easily?
Yeah. There's an app for it. Everyone on my streams told me before, and I've never looked
gotcha.
into it.
Yeah, yeah.
I've meant to, but
Yeah, I could definitely
wanna
use that.
limit
Just be like OBS top priority. Everything else just can use the leftover. Because yeah, I only have like 4 megabit to play with upload speed.
oof,
Yeah, it's
that
savage.
sucked. I thought I had it bad, but you know, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Although you are you with Comcast?
Yeah.
Because I've
sadly.
only ever heard bad things about Comcast.
Yeah.
Like from
Um,
other streamers and everything. It's like
Yeah.
it's a
I
meme.
wish I had something good to say. No,
Yeah.
it sucks. It
Damn.
does.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, like, because I'm, like, out in the middle of nowhere, so it kind of makes sense that my internet is, like... I mean, like, I've got the best internet that I can physically get, and it's still, you know, terrible because I live
Yeah.
out in the sticks, but for people that, like, live in society and the internet's so unreliable, it doesn't make sense. All right, the
Yeah,
thing, I
could
sent you
get-
the thinger as well, by the way.
Oh, okay. I could get the like business package for it, but that's like 4 times more expensive.
Oof. Oof. Big oof.
It'd be a little bit more reliable, but
Yeah, yeah. Damn. Alright, let's see where I am.
I'm just gonna send this to my desktop somewhere.
Yep, yep.
And extract.
Extract.
Cool. And
Classic Sovereign Extract.
yeah,
Extract RPG.
it's my favorite thing to do. Where's the other one? Where's the old one? Right here. I hope I haven't made any changes that I'm overriding, and if I am,
We'll figure
oh well,
it
I
out.
get to do them again.
Yep.
Alright, cool. I'm good.
Alright, alright. So if you've got my screen up,
Yeah.
I'll run you through the flow. Okay, so... Oh, I'm watching your stream, watching my stream. That's good.
Yeah, no, I put it on my screen 'cause-
Alright,
well
so
suited.
we have begin play. I think everything that happens on begin play could stay in blueprint, because it's, you know, they're one-time things.
Okay.
Same with, I think, the initial parameter setting can all just be blueprint, because it's just one-off, you know, set the material parameter collection, da-da-da-da-da. So the only things that are, like, expensive, the set follow location is fine to be in blueprint, because there's only one of them. Visibilities we could maybe do in C++. Essentially, all it is just getting the 3 current component types and just going through one of them per frame, and just checking if it's in radius. So if it isn't in radius, it will just set a boolean to false. And then if it is in radius, it'll set it to true, and that's what will... It's like the early elimination to know if we don't want to draw something to the grid. So, I mean, it isn't like expensive, but it could be like faster. We could do more of them per frame, I guess. But that'd be like a low priority one. But the meatballs is I guess this would be a part of it, which just flushes all the arrays. Although I think we wouldn't need to do that in C++, I think, because you can like reserve an array length or something. I can't remember. So I'll just let you handle that.
Okay.
But this is where this is the juicy part. So essentially, on tick, we iterate through a list of registered components. There's 3 component types, which could be... Nah, it's easier to do it this way. So yeah, it's just a component of array... Sorry, an array of component references. And for each of them, it will just return 4 arrays of vector 4s. Which is just the start location and radius, end location and radius, start velocity and strength, end velocity and strength, and just puts them in like one giga array, which then gets sent to Niagara. So I guess this would... Well, okay. So the... I'm trying to think how we do this. I guess we just make a new C++ class, or even a subsystem would probably be like work better.
Yeah.
And can I? Or maybe a subsystem that has a reference to an actor, just to backwards compatibilate it. But I don't know what's more efficient, but if we just make a new class and then reparent this one to that, because it's just parented to actor at the moment.
Yeah.
And then I'll delete all of the... Or maybe not delete, but I'll remove the... You know, the ones that have already been done in C++. And I guess we'd want to send the... Oh, no, I guess you can write a function called send to Niagara or something, wherever it is. Here, set grid tick variables. So this bit here just sends all of the arrays into Niagara. So I guess if you wrote that in C++ and then I can call it at the end of doing like all of this other boring stuff, because it's like essentially all of this is just, you know, calculate where the render target should be so that it like snaps to the pixel pixel per world space and whatnot, and just tells it what the offset is so we can offset it and stuff. That can all just stay in Blueprint because why not, I guess. And then I mean, that's really it. That's sort of all the heavy lifting. So it would just be a case of making a C++ manager class, whether that's just an actor or a subsystem, or if we do both, so have a subsystem that references the actor. I think a subsystem would be good because like whenever we spawn an actor that has one of the draw components on it, it has to currently use get actor of class and look for the manager. So if it was a subsystem and it was just like readily available,
we could do a world subsystem.
Yeah.
Still, like anytime there's a world, that exists.
Yeah, that would actually be perfect. So let me get paint up. It's diagram time. So we will have our C++ man for manager. Also, I need to get out of Steam. We also need a C++ base component. So that would be the... if we look through the folder to components, there's one called just draw component. So draw component derives from actor component, and then everything else derives from draw component in like a tree. So all the draw component does is just get the reference. It has the toggle drawing function if you just want to turn it on and off. And then also just stores the actor scale as a float. And I think that's literally all it does. Where does it register? I'm trying to think. Oh no, yeah, toggle drawing. Wait, hold on. Draw component. Deform component, toggle drawing. Right, you have to override. Huh. Maybe I scrapped that. I can't remember. So yeah, we'll do this, and then it will need 3 C++ children called wind, deform, DEF, and what's the other one? Is there another one? Oh, the bubbles. Bub. I don't know if you can read any of that, but
yeah.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
If you didn't say it out loud, I might not be able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, now that you see it.
Yeah.
So then from these, we want these to be overridable or like extendable in Blueprint so that people can write their own in Blueprint if they need to. So like if someone wants to, I don't know, set up some weird thing, like, you know, to draw deform capsules from an arbitrary position to another arbitrary position rather than using the bone or the socket one, then they can do that. Same with the wind. But I guess the only, like, the heaviest calculation is the character one, which like does some stuff. So it essentially has a structure called bone chains, and those bone chains contain a list of bones and then a list of radii, but like in just parallel arrays because Blueprint. And then the next map has a bone profile, so it's a name that then has a list of other names, which are these ones. So it's like this map, you know, find profile name only feet, and then that will break into the bone chain names, which then will find their bone names in this one, and then we do the, you know, the bone chains. And aside from that, it is kind of... I mean, you'll be able to figure it out. There's a little optimization where I use like the previous and current positions so that I don't have to do like get the velocity of this bone and this bone, because we can draw separate velocities at each end of the capsule. But then when it comes time to do this bone, we don't have to re-get this one and then that one. we just use the previously stored current velocity as the previous velocity. So it's a little bit roundabout, but because this is a pretty expensive one, the like queries the physics asset to get its velocity, which I've it's pretty hefty. But yeah, aside from that, that's kind of it, I guess. Do you have any questions?
Not that I can think of. I think I got it.
Yeah.
It's not too crazy. It's
pretty
C+ parents and
yeah.
convert what you said over.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, I guess I'm just trying to think what the best way to make it back. I think, yeah, if the manager is an actor, but the subsystem stores a reference to that actor.
Alright. Does the manager have any like actor specific stuff to it?
No. Other than a world context? Let me think.
Could,
actually,
I think be reparented.
Oh, can we reparent
like
it to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I use like get actor location. No, that's just get actor location from the component's owner. Yeah, I don't think I use any. I mean, yeah, it doesn't need to be an actor. So, I mean, if we can just reparent it, then that should work fine, because people are going to have to, I don't know, plug in some things to the new functions, probably. Which is fine. But
it might. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
We can see. Because I like.
We'll test it and see.
I mean, all the people do, that the users, is put the components on actors and stuff. But I guess if the functions are still outputting the same, like 4 arrays of vector 4s, then it might just work. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, there's some crazy C++ stuff you can do with like naming, like some script name thing, which I think if I can get that to match whatever blueprint generates.
Yeah.
It might be
Okay.
fine.
Yeah. I guess we can just see if it, like, once we reparent it. Oh well, no. I guess the components would be, there'd be a duplicate get deform capsules function. So there'd be the C++ one, and then the blueprint one, which I could then delete, and then I guess it's just the variables. Oh no, could. Oh, actually, that's interesting. If we made, do you know if the move to parent class variable option can move it to the C++ class? Probably not. It can probably only go up.
To be honest, I've never seen that before. I didn't know that existed.
It's so handy when you're like trying to like refactor stuff. Just be like,
yeah,
I wish this was in the parent component. You just right click, move to parent class, and it keeps all the references.
That would have been amazing. A million times I could have used that.
Yeah.
That would have been so nice.
Damn. Yeah, so actually I can just go into this. Okay, no, you can't move it up to a C++ class. So I guess we'll just have to, yeah, there'll just be duplicate variables once we reparent it, but then replacing them will just be a case of, like, if they're the same, you know, if this map is the exact same thingo to thingo. Although I guess we'll have to make the structs in C++ as well. Which is just bone chain data, which is an array of names and an array of radii. Bone chain names array, which is an array of names and then one float. Bone profile data, which is I think this one is deprecated. I can double check. Bone profile data. Draw point data, location radius strength. I think this one is not used anywhere, so ignore that one.
Okay.
Bone chain data type. Oh no, wait, yeah, it's sorry, it's a struct because hold on. It has to be an array of... No, I can just do an array of structs, can't I? Yeah. Maybe that is what it... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna...
Is that used in the map?
So it's like a map
of
it's a map to... No, I think this is just a... Oh... Yes. It's a map from name to bone chain name array. Because, yeah, okay, yeah, it's because... I needed to put an array at the other end of the map. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah, moving those to C++ structs is easy.
Yeah. Yeah, just click the make make struct button.
Yeah. There actually is one with the C++ header view for structs.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, not a make, but
yeah.
You copy and paste.
Beautiful. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, if you have any questions, I'm just going to be working on the pivot painty stuff today.
Elliot asked, because I'm also curious, have you run Unreal Insights on the plugin just to see?
No, I haven't. What's the process for that?
Just like I think it's the bottom right of the engine.
Yeah.
There's just start tracing, and then you can click the little drop down
Trace.
somewhere. Yeah, just Unreal Insights, and you can just open it up.
Nice.
And it gets kind of complicated when you open one of these up because there's a lot going on. But you can basically see the tick time and everything that's running. I don't know if in Blueprints if you can declare stat groups or not, but everything I move over to C++, I can declare stat groups, so we'll be able to see like the actual seconds each function takes.
Yeah, it's not showing anything for me. Do I have to like I
gotta pull your screen back up.
It's not a...
Oh.
Do I have to like...
Once it's tracing it, it creates like a trace file that you have to open.
Gotcha.
So under the trace drop down, you should see like recent traces, and you should be able to click on that and open it, and it'll open the actual like Unreal Insights with all the data.
Yeah. Sounds too complex for me.
I'll be able to run it.
Yeah.
I don't know how well it tracks like blueprint functions.
Yeah, true. I mean, I can do A/B testing, like, you know, put in 100 characters or just draw.
Yeah. And see the difference.
Yeah. I think one of the heaviest parts is sending the data to Niagara. Because it has to copy the entire array. Although I guess, like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, because the rendering gets done a frame behind, doesn't it? But that wouldn't.
Yes, actually, I don't know. Does rendering?
I think it does. I think it does, because you.
I think you're right. Yeah.
While the CPU sends everything to the GPU, and then the GPU does all its work while the CPU does the next frame and whatnot. Now, I can't remember why that popped into my head, but...
I don't know either.
It was something to do with... I think it was to do with multi-threading, or...
Oh yeah, we're talking about multi-threading it. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like the process of like everything we have to do with the plugin is going to be way faster than the game thread, anyways. So we should be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like set it.
Yeah. I was also thinking. This isn't like directly related to this, but because the Niagara system is just using an array of positions and stuff, technically you could stagger the input or the calculation of the shapes, so you could do them every like second frame, or like, you know, do one batch and then another batch, but you'd still have to send the array. But I guess if it was like super CPU computive, because the shapes would stay in one place, but they would draw each frame still.
I think honestly, I think we're gonna be fine sending the data just from the testing I did with like mass entity.
Yeah, true.
All that to Niagara over.
Yeah.
And that seemed perfect.
Yeah.
Like
how many entities, or like how much data were you sending through that again? You had like
a transform, I think, but it was like 100,000 transforms.
Okay. And transforms are 3 3s, so that's pretty much... Yeah. That's pretty much like what this does. It's 4 vector 4s.
And
just
also looking into
capsules,
the like Niagara data channel stuff from C++.
I was looking into that.
I might be able to set references.
I was looking into that the other day. You can do that in Blueprint as well. I was thinking of using that for when I do like the blood and like paint layer. Because then you could have GPU particles drawing to the simulation.
Yeah.
Because like you can have like a global channel, which is like a, you know, basically a struct, or like an array of a struct. And then I could just do a GPU collision of... I don't know if you can do events in... But anyway, you could draw the positions of GPU particles to that data channel, because it's going to get sent to the GPU anyway. Or like it exists on the GPU, but you update it from the CPU or something.
Yeah.
And then, like, I could basically add that to, you know, the list of locations to draw blood at, or draw water at, or something like that. So yeah, I was definitely thinking of looking into that. But I don't know if that would speed up the... just like the base, you know, getting the characters' positions and doing that. Unless it does some weird thing like binding directly from the CPU to the GPU somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, because either way, I mean, you gotta send the data over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but maybe it's more efficient.
Yeah, because right now, isn't it basically copying the array on the CPU, then sending it to the GPU? I don't know how the send to Niagara works internally. If
yeah, I mean, maybe. Because
I don't know if it like sends directly or.
Yeah, like when you. Because when you do set variable, and you know, setting the array of positions and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know if it copies it to the CPU's version of Niagara, and then Niagara sends it, you know, to the GPU to get processed and whatnot. And where the data channels, because we'd just be. I wonder if you set it directly on the data channel, then maybe it doesn't have to do the copy twice, because we're like sending it as a reference to the data channel. Or even use the data channels array, or get a reference to the data channels array and populate that array, rather than creating an array per frame and, or, you know, like generating an array and then sending it to the data channel or sending it to Niagara. You would just get a reference to the data channels array and put all the information straight into that. Then that could cut out a step, but I'm not 100% sure how it works. So maybe that's like a future problem. Yeah. I'll be looking into it anyway, like for the blood stuff. So maybe when it becomes relevant, we can figure that out. But yeah, I think for now we just do it with set variables, and then if we decide to move it, it's just a case of changing it from. It's just basically changing the reference to the array. From the one that's declared in the manager to the one that's declared in the data channel. So yeah, that should be an easy one down the line. Yeah, alright, well, if you want to get to work, and I'll stop rambling like a mad person, and if you've
I'm gonna run Unreal Insights on the thing first, just because I'm interested in like what's and everything.
Yeah,
so I'll report back to you with that.
Awesome. Yeah, if you've got any questions, just either message me or call me again, because I'll be here for the next like 100 hours. So
sounds good.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, I'll get to work, man.
Sweet. And have a good stream.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. All right, see ya. Bye. All right, we're back. Let me catch up on chat. Oh, there's a lot of chat. Astroneko, hello. Yeah, Prisdev, hope you're doing okay. You're super helpful to current and future devs like me. Thank you. I'm glad you find the content useful. Shikar, hello. I learned UE5 past 1 year. How do I get the job? I only create an environment. I'm from India. It's a good question. I guess having a portfolio is very important, especially if you don't have like formal training. Even if you do have formal training, having a portfolio is like very important, because it will give prospective employers an example of what you can accomplish. And also including a time frame that each project took. So like if you can say, here's a gallery of screenshots from this environment that I put together over the course of like 2 weeks or something. That's really handy when employing people. And then I guess just applying for jobs, or promoting yourself. through like YouTube or Reddit or ArtStation and all that kind of stuff. You know, just getting your name out there. Having a presence. Yoop Solo, Supiolo. Hello. Benny, how's it going? But a subsystem. True. Yo, it's subsystem time. Life tutorials? Yeah. Use Miro, man. WTF is this? What do you mean? This is Miro. This is better than Miro. I didn't even know what this said for a second. Nice handwriting, readability times 100. Whereas you can type. Well, okay, to be fair, I am left-handed. Like when I use a pen. So I was doing this with my right hand and also doing it with a mouse. So go easy on me. Go easy on me. Frostbite, hello. How's it going? Moistache, what are we working on today? So I'm working on, you guessed it, that pivot painting script for a little bit. Just for a little bit. And then maybe some Prismatica stuff after. Where's the prop viewer level? There it is. But Sovereign is helping me convert the plugin to C++. Or like the core functionality or the core loop of it to C++, which is very exciting. Because it means that we're going to be able to we're going to be able to juice it real hard. We're going to be juicing. So I'm going to be replying to his questions. If he has any. And then I think it's going to take a few steps. He'll have to make the classes and then I will reparent the classes and then send it back to him and then I don't know, something like that. Oh, he's looking at the he's looking at the trees going nuts. Hold on. Turn the material variables into pins, but didn't change the defaults. Haha. There you go. Oh, he's doing the insights. True.
Asset thumbnail pool? Yeah, we're waiting for an RHI test. So, shader.
Nice. Do you recommend becoming a C++ juicer? That is a great question. It very much depends on the person, or what kind of person you are. I've kind of vowed, not from just stubbornness, but just because I know that it would take me a solid year to just wrap my head around written code. And I don't know. It's a tough question. Obviously, and it depends. If you've never learned any coding before or done any programming before, versus if you've used Unreal Engine and you've used Blueprint for ages like I have, then it kind of changes the vibe of the decision. Or if you've learned Unity's or C# in Unity, then you'll probably be fine going into Unreal C++. Because Unreal C++ is not like hardcore C++. But yeah, I'm never gonna be a C++ juice man. But yeah. I just realized that the pivot paint stuff I'm doing is inside the Prismatica stuff. So I might actually move it outside of that. Prismatica content. Pivot painter. What have you got? Foliage type, just samples. That's fine. Yeah, nice. They can probably all die. Yeah, I'll just move the folder. Move that to content. Pivot painter. Move here. Source code, config, ini, and text files may need find a place for Prismatica provider. Otherwise, assets can be missing from cook build. Yeah, it's fine. Nice. How strong is the juice rate? 50% better? Depending on what you're actually doing, C++ can be like 10 times faster than Blueprint. But like, and I know that sounds like a lot, but 10 times 0 is still 0, or 0 times 10 is still 0, you know? So, like, if your blueprint is fast, then you're not going to gain as much overall. Like, as an example, you know, because we're making video games most of the time, it's like games are very event-based, you know? So, like, when we play an attack animation, or when our character attacks, it's like, on button press, execute this little bit of code, and only do that once. And then the animation will play, and then when we hit a character or something, we send an event to it, and it says, deduct health, play this animation, and then from there, it's just, you know, it's just coasting again. So, you know, that start attack animation and deal damage functions are like very lightweight. So like they don't need to be in C++. Whereas if you're doing something like this, oh, am I not full screening? There we go. Whereas if you're doing something like this, where every single frame we iterate through 12, you know, parts of a character's body and get the velocity and get the radius and all that kind of stuff, and calculate this big list, and that's for every character. So if we've got 50 characters with 10 shapes each, that's 500 shapes every single frame that we have to get all of the data for. That's something that will benefit from being in C++, because we need to do it every frame, because that's how we interact with the foliage, and all that kind of stuff. So, whoop. So that's why I'm moving this stuff to C++. And Sov was going to do it anyway in his project. So we just decided, you know what, we'll just make it that way by default in the actual plugin, you know. Very good explanation. It's easy to incorporate C++ homies to upgrade your concept. It depends on the person. So like Sov has used Blueprint a ton. So he like knows Blueprint in and out. So he can essentially, I mean, I gave him a run through before, on call, but he'll be able to just look through my blueprint code and be like, yep, this is that. Oh, yep, declare this thing. Oh, yep, make a function, blah, blah, blah. And he'll be absolutely fine with it. But if you were to have, like, someone that hasn't used Blueprint before and, like, only knows C++, then they might have... Like, there might be sort of translation errors when they're converting your idea or your prototype into C++. So it depends on the person, for sure. But, I mean, also, if you program your blueprint properly, where it's like, you know, there's one function that then does something in a loop, you know, like the less code you write, or the more, like, modular, or the more functionalized your blueprint is, the easier it will be to convert, because it's just like, you know, we have this one function. So all the, you know, the C++ translator has to do is just be like, oh, yeah, we make this function, and now I can call this function in all these other places that it gets used. Rather than, like, rather than your C++ engineer having to, like, refactor the system. So if you do all of the refactoring and just let them do the translation, then there should be less, like, errors, I guess, because if you're just, like, throwing a system that, like, works on the surface to, you know, someone else, and they have to, like, interpret what you're trying to do and figure out a better way to write it, then it can become a bit of a nightmare. So, yeah. I hope that answered your question. Alright, I want to see why my pivot painter actor isn't it's hitting an infinite loop detection, which it shouldn't, technically. I'll use this one as an example. So if we right-click U, scripted asset actions, Prismatica pivot paint, don't assign UV pivots, just vertex color, what channel, R channel. I'll just do it as grass for now, just to see if it... So it does get to here. It does... Yeah. So it went here. Copy mesh from static mesh, success. Don't paint the UVs. Okay, so we're not going to set UV channels. Polygroups, auto paint false. Get the things, get the things, get the thing. Polygroup IDs. Get all the things, get triangles in the polygroup. Cool. We're going to do all the calculations. So that should be fine. Let me kill breakpoint. Message log. Okay, so that one worked. Now if I try the other one... Why is it in... Actually, before I keep going, how do you... How does one... Pivot... Paint... Util... So I had to move stuff around. Wait, that's gonna do that, but then at the end, wait one, do that. That should be fine, yeah. Because that will then queue int You know, I don't like this node. I'm just gonna replace that with a plus int and set the q int. Cool. Nice. What was I saying? Right, so I have this function called Prismatica pivot paint. Its category is default. Which then, like, if I just do this... Actually, maybe that's what the thing had to be. Yeah, see, so it's got like a sub thing here, where I have to, like, go into that Prismatica pivot paint, but I want it to just appear on the first menu, but I can't delete the category. And if I try deleting it, it will say default, which then has a default drop down, which is, like, annoying. Oh, my camera wasn't plugged in. Let me just fix my camera real quick. And I'll... Oh, cat. Psst, psst, off there. Thank you. I'll put this cat outside as well. Alright, BRB. All right, I'm back. And I have frozen berries for breakfast. Oh, frozen berries and a bit of Captain Morgan. In my desk stash. Mmm. Nice. Woo. All right. Back to work. I'm just going to do this as Pris pivot painter. Cool. Oh, is it just actually, if I remove that, no, it just goes to there. What style of prompting would you ask ChatGPT or Bard to do this type of stuff, creating a blueprint style way of explaining the code, or maybe even do both? That would be a question to ask Crovia, who is like a ChatGPT 4 connoisseur. He seems to get really good results with language models and stuff. I haven't used any GPTs to do coding and stuff. I usually use them for like more creative side of things, like bouncing ideas around. It's also hard if you... I think language models for coding are usually better if you already understand the coding fairly well, because then you can sort of like... They're never going to give you results that just work straight out of the box. But yeah. How do you create impossible / menacing but engaging boss fights? That's the ultimate question. It depends on the mechanics of your game, I'd say, and how you can use them in like novel ways, and also like in a way that, like for example, like a turn-based game, like turn-based combat. For a boss, maybe the boss has like a countdown, so like number of turns until it unleashes some like giga attack. So you have to sort of balance, you have to sort of strike a balance between dealing damage, but then setting up your team to have like full defense when it does its giga attack, or like staggering or like freezing or sleeping the boss on the turn that it would do its super attack or something. And that can create like high stress, and like, you know, having to do that multiple times, and maybe the frequency that it does that attack gets smaller and smaller as its health gets lower or something, and that can sort of build urgency. But then for like a real-time combat game, like a Souls-like game, I think Dark Souls 3 has like the best bosses. Or actually, I mean, if you get good at Sekiro, I think the Sekiro bosses are like the best bosses, but that's because of the mechanics of the game. Like, the game mechanics make the bosses really... like, you know, you have to be aggressive. And you have to parry their attacks. And you have to... You know... Like, when they do the low sweeping attack, you have to jump over that and do the face kick. So that they... You know, their stagger bar... Or their posture bar goes down. So you can, so they don't start regenerating their posture bar. So it really depends on the game type and the game mechanics. But the worst thing is damage sponge bosses, which you see in like a lot of MMOs and stuff, where it's like, oh yeah, this boss is so hard because it has 1 million health. And it's like, bro, that sucks. It should be about punishing greed of the player. So if the player chooses to attack rather than dodge, or like attack, or like start a big ass combo when, you know, the boss is going to attack again, then they get punished for that. Sneak, Captain Morgan and berries for brekkie? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had breakfast like at like 2 o'clock, but this is like second breakfast. Is only available loadout moves or choices? I think letting the player have all of their, you know, regular choices available at all times is important, because you need to build up that consistency and that logic for the player to understand, you know, how can I overcome this next challenge? But I guess, like, a lot of it just comes down to what you're trying to say with the boss, you know? Like, you look at a Dark Souls boss versus, like, Shadow of the Colossus's bosses, and they are, like, completely different. Okay, that does work now. That's good. Hold on. Does it work? Oh, because that weights the bottom one. Hold on. I'm too dumb for this. Where is bush mode? Bush mode. Blah, 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 blah. We'll go like that. Get furthest point from location. Yes. Bam. But yeah, so like Shadow of the Colossus, the challenge is getting up to the weak point of the boss, you know? Like, they're all colossi, they're all gigantic, and you're just a fella. So, the challenge is getting the hell up there. And, you know, it's very, like, high stakes, because, like, the higher up the boss you go, the more it's gonna hurt when you fall off. So I guess it's all about, like, risk and reward. Risk-reward. Okay, that just works now. That's good. Message log, no infinite loops. So now if I do 4 of them... Wait, haven't I already... Oh, no, I'm just doing the... Wait, have I grouped these? No, I haven't. I can just check. Where's attributes? Poly groups. And then hit group. Are they all zeroed? Yes. Cool. Alright, you're good to go. Right, let me do these ones. Or this one in particular. I feel like it's just this. Oh, it might be because of these that it has an infinite loop detected. So if I do you and you, we go bush, don't pivot paint, do that and that, then it has to loop over every single one of these. Oh no, that worked. So is it only when I do it in big batches? Although now that I'm doing that frame delay, you know? Alright, you up to you. Right click. Pris, pivot paint, bushes, that one, that one. Please no infinite loop. Please no infinite loop. Come on, you can do it. Please. It's frozen, but it's doing. How was my weekend? I didn't do anything. Actually, that's a lie. I streamed on Saturday and Friday. Hey, that worked. Nice. And that is correct everywhere? Yeah, look at that. Hell yeah. I actually wanted to do a thing in the pivot painter fella, wherever it may be. Pivot painter. Hello, friend. Let me go to you. I wanted to do another boolean called use absolute distance for vert paint, which is going to be a float. Well, actually, no, we'll just do absolute distance for vert paint. And then the default will be negatory 1. And then in the do vertex color shit, figure out vertex paint stuff. When we get the distance between root and tip, which is his bottom one. Which, why do I do that why don't I just fucking do this? What kind of dumbass wrote this stupid ass function? You stupid. I need that top one. Then we can get this. And actually, you know what? Let me just put this bad boy into a local variable called distance. And then you get set over here. But we're going to do a is greater than or equal to 0. If it is, then we set distance to be the absolute distance for vert paint. Otherwise, we do distance between root and tip. Distance, root, tip. So that uses the relative distance. And then these recombine back down here. And then we use distance, local variable, in you, and you, and you. Cool. And this can get tidied up. So the reason for this is when we do pivot painting, right? We're essentially like let's say we wanted to apply an offset to these leaf thingos. We'd want the big one to get pushed further or like be more floppier than the small ones, you know? Am I the only one hearing the mic fart? What's a mic fart? Is my mic dying? What's the... Wait, let me look at my stream real quick. Let me listen in. Mike farts. Mike farts. Is it better now? Mike farts. Is it better now? Maybe something was... I don't know, sounds... Wait, let me just look now. Test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, sounds... Wait, let me just look now. Test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fine now. When you were humming those buzzy kind of fight it... Oh, that might have just been my gate being like half open. Filters... Yeah, it's probably my gate being too strong. Maybe I don't even need the gate. No, because then you'll hear my eating food noises. See if that's any better. Probably just have to hum louder. How's that? Are we all better? Let me know if it happens again, because then I'll, like, actually look into it proper. Purapuri. Alright, so Pivot Painter is actually pretty good. I need to... In this function, we need another input called absolute pivot paint. No, absolute vertex paint distance. Question mark. Float. -1. Use absolute vertex paint distance. You need to go up. Here. And then on here, this distance. Yeah, set absolute distance for blah blah blah. We'll put this over here. God, I'm such a tools dev. Maybe I should just do tools for a living. It's almost like it's almost like Prismatica is just an excuse for me to like flex bullshit systems. It's just so much fun. I just love data management, you know? I just love iterating over huge swaths of data. Or data, as they would say in America. No way. Who would have thunk? Plot twist, real farts. No, I don't fart. I do not fart. God, I hate this thing that I have to do because... Oh. Let me... Oh, is that a clip of it? Let me listen. So the reason... Alright, I'm gonna disable my expander. It could be because my expander is using peak detection rather than RMS detection. So if it happens again while the expander is off, then let me know. So the expander is off now. No more expansion. So just let me know if it happens again from this point onwards. And if it is, I'll just have to plug in my microphone again. Or just fiddle with the doodad. Alright, so if we say flower, scripted, pivot, blah 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 blah. We want a bush, we want to vertex paint, we want to assign pivots based on stem, and then do a, I don't know, how big's that? It's like 10 units, the biggest one. So let's just do 10 units. And then the small ones should be darker. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking genius. Yeah, so it's painting them using an absolute distance so that the smaller ones will jiggle less than the bigger ones. Which is really smart. I'm really smart. You know? Go that one. Got any innovative ideas for making sand optimized in UE5? Sand. What kind of sand? Did that work? No infinite loops. Maybe that. Maybe I should set it higher. Yeah, it's definitely working. It's just. All right, we'll do it again, but even higher. Also, why are these so big? Oh, because I imported everything at double size because it's a top-down game. Alright, I get it. Alright, let's do this. Select. Pivot painter, blah, blah, blah. Don't assign the UV pivots. Vertex color, assign pivots based on blah, blah, blah. Distance. 20. And then... as bushes. Bam. Now we wait 10 seconds. Desert canyons. Are you running into an issue? Like Have you made a desert and it's just not, you know, running at a good frame rate? Or, like, do you just want general advice for, like, when I do make a desert, what are some issues that I'll run into and whatnot? Oh, look at that. Also, I want to look into polygroups, but you can do output layer. Create new layer name. So how do I reference that in the dude? Group layer. Geometry script group layer structure. What are you made of? Extended layer index. Okay, so can I get name from that? Or like, shit, let's get Dynamesh. Group layer. Set number. Get our extended polygroup layers. I'm guessing it just group layer. So it's literally just an index. Index of an extended polygroup layer which may or may not exist on any given mesh. Because it would be nice to be able to non-destructively do stuff. Because like as an example, right? This here has polygroups that are all set up so that the stems are all set to 0. The little flowers are set to 0, but all the leaves have their own group. So that we know what to pivot paint and like and that kind of shit. But then if I did a... Like, how do I... If I went to attributes... went to generate polygroups, output layer, create new, layer name, clumps, and then set accept. And then we went to paint polygroups and we look at clumps versus default. So they are different. So default has 0, but then clumps, we would want to do this, where we go, hey, this is 0, and we want to go volumetric fill, and we want to go bam, and just go up everything that's connected to this thinger. God, I've become such a geometry script nerd. Nerdge. I wonder if this big, long geometry script tangent is gonna, like, turn into a whole fucking thing, you know? Screw Prismatica, just geometry script. I mean, I'm doing this for Prismatica, but it's not, like, gameplay relevant. It's just visuals relevant. That's all fine. Okay, so that's in the clumps group. So we accept. Then if I switch between these, we have two different ones. But then, if I... in here... Shit, how's this gonna work? Cappuccino. How make a game? Yes. General plus some tips and tricks. Okay, concepts to explore. I guess one thing, if your game is like a third or first person game, usually because deserts are like flat and open, you can face a few obstacles with like occlusion. So like, you know, if you're in like a big mountain or something, usually there's like other mountains blocking the view of like, you know, the town over there. Like you look at Breath of the Wild, for example. They use mountains to hide most of the towns so that you can never see more than one town rendered at any given time. But in a desert, you don't have that luxury. But on the other side of that, you have the fact that deserts are, like, usually don't have much stuff in them. They're just sand and shrubs and whatnot. So that can kind of counterbalance, you know. You can see everything in the desert, but there isn't much to begin with. So I guess that's just one thing to sort of keep in mind. I guess it's more relevant when you're looking at, like, seeing characters in the distance. Because, like, you know, if characters are hidden behind a mountain, you don't have to animate them. You know, they don't even have to be truly moving. They don't even have to exist. They don't even have to be executing any code. But if you're in a desert and there's characters in the distance, then you know what I mean. So there's that. Sorry, I was just thinking for a sec. Which is the most important part of every game? Just ask every gamer that thinks they know what a game engine does. I mean, visuals are very important, you know? What does it also is almost non-existent to the processor, then can you load in everything else in range like Minecraft? Not 100% sure what you mean, but you mean like have a draw distance? You can sort of do that in I mean, yeah, you could use level streaming. There's a tool in Unreal Engine called a distance occlusion volume, which basically just says when something gets so small on the screen, we just stop rendering it, and that's like a really efficient way of doing culling. So like if you've got like tiny rocks in the distance, then they don't need to be rendered at all. You can just be like, hey, I'm gonna, you know, we do a distance check to that rock, and then it says, no, don't render it, and that's it. So looking into distance occlusion is a good one. The nice thing about the distance occlusion system is that because it's based on screen percentage, if you've got something really big, then it won't disappear until it's like way in the distance. So that's like a nice benefit of that. Why does that... Oh, right, because I killed them. Best thing about putting all this effort into Shiny is that only other devs will appreciate the work. I mean, that's true to some extent. But I also think, like, you know, if a gamer is, like, running through the meadow and they, like, you know, they see that you can, like, literally crush flowers with your feet. Like, you know, that's like a memory generator. Like, that's something that someone will potentially, like, tell a friend about, you know? Like, oh, like, you know, I was in this, like, gigantic, like, forest shrubs, and then I saw the bushes, like, rustling over here, and there was something, I couldn't see it, but it was heading towards me, and then it jumped out, and it attacked me, and blah, blah, blah. I think that can be a, the physics are amazing. Yeah, the water physics, man. The grass physics. Archahedron, do you mind if I drop a bit of a paragraph of a question here? Absolutely. Absolutely not. I don't mind. Do it. Do it. Ask away, please. Oh, hell yeah, we got a 4-parter. Curious as to what your perspective is on the potential divide between having an online persona / creator identity and having a professional career / developer identity. I've been taught to be cautious about putting basically any personally revealing information online, which has been my approach to my quaint foray into streaming games. No face cam using pseudonym. Now I'm starting to use my IRL info in marketing myself to employers or self-crediting on solo projects, struggling if I want to connect my game creator and developer info. Particularly, I've wanted to try streaming dev work, but I've been nervous about putting that work into public portfolio. Having a stream set up doesn't reveal any personal info. Essentially, there are any particular negatives or benefits of the spirit of having public online presence linked with personally identifying ego. So, over the long question, I've been thinking on a while, thought you might have a unique insight with your format, blend development, entertainment, content, and sorry, chat. Very good question. Very good question. I think my situation is because I'm not actively looking for work outside of what I currently do. I haven't really run into that. So I always just go by Prismatica Dev or just Charles Prismatica Dev. And you know, if I ever, like, help someone with some work or something, I just ask to be credited as Prismatica Dev because that's, like, my YouTube. That's what people know me by, I guess. So, like, yeah, using a pseudonym. So I totally get wanting to maintain, not necessarily, like, anonymity, but, like, safety, you know? Like, I've been doing, you know, working in entertainment industry and all that kind of stuff, like, since I was a teenager. And you get a lot of weird people sending you messages sometimes and doing weird things. So yeah, I totally get that. And then I guess, yeah, if you were to, you know, start doing work, like work on stream, and like if some, you know, odd person were to like scour through the credits once the project releases and, you know, find your like full name in there, and I don't know, it's always like, I mean, it's probably just like paranoia, but you can never be too safe when it comes to you know, being online, because you never know who is developing an unhealthy what do they call it? Parasocial connection. But yeah, so I don't have any explicit experience with the question in particular, but I can sympathize or empathize. I guess you could. I feel like a face cam isn't like. I mean, I guess you can like, I don't know, reverse search a face or whatever. I guess it just depends on what you're comfortable with being public info. And I guess if not, you could just remain under your, you know, your creator brand when streaming, even if it is like personal work or like, you know, professional work. And you know, I'm pretty good with it. Like, I do all of my game dev stuff through my Prismatica dev email or Gmail. And like my device name is Prismatica, and like my, you know, my C drive and my username on my computer is Prismatica. So like, it's rare that someone's gonna like track me down and send weird things in my mail. But yeah. Prismatica is your real last name? Shit. No, Prismatica is my middle name. My last name is Dev. Actually, is Dev? I know Dev is like an Indian first name. Oh, Dev literally means God in Sanskrit. There you go. Or I guess a nickname for Devon. I'm Indian? I mean, maybe I am. Wait, does that mean that my online name is Prismatica the God? Godly Prismatica? People have been calling me Unreal Jesus for ages, so maybe it's kind of a sign. I mean, yeah. Do I look Indian, right? That's my rap name. True. But yeah, I remember raiding a speedrunner called Ain Run, and he's Indian, or like Indian Canadian. And like usually people call me Priz or Prismatica, like, oh, Prismatica, thanks for the follow. But he kept calling me Dev because, you know, you look at someone called Prismatica Dev and you assume that Dev is, you know, their first name. And that Prismatic, or, you know, like Prismatic Dev is like Rainbow Dev. Rainbow first name. So I always thought that was funny. All right. What was I doing? The groups. I wanted to do a test. If we grab this and we say use group 1. Wait, no, which one did I I think I painted this one to be multiple groups. We can check. Yeah, this one. So group index 1 is the clumps. So if we get this and we then say asset actions, scripted, Pris Painter, blah, blah, blah. Don't assign UV, just paint it as grass, paint vertex color, blah, blah, blah. Do we get... Is it because of this boolean? If true, the default standard polygroup layer is used. Right. Oh, but it's... Well, is number 1... Or is it... Jesus. Je suis. Let's just try this again. Paint vertex color, da-da-da. No? Is it number 0? Or actually, no. When we're doing triangles in polygroup, this is just to... Hold on. Also, I'm going to do this. Extended layer index, whatever. I'm just going to grab that. Because I do another thing in... Shit, where is it? When asked if you're a god, always say yes. Exactly. Muhammad, hello. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Got to for sure think on it. Yeah, I mean, I guess it like depends on... It can kind of depend on the audience as well. So like, I'm confident that everyone watching me is like, you know, a professional. But I guess if you were doing like, you know, just general streaming video games, then there's sort of a higher percentage of strange people. Where else do I get the groups from? Get triangles in polygroup, triangles, and then loop over those triangles, vertex positions. Get this. So this should work, actually. Let's just try index 0. We'll do that as grasses. Sun UV channel 2, paint vertex color, blah, blah, blah. So what? Active polygroup clumps. But what index is that? Or can I get index by... get index... What about get group? Get has polygroups, get number of extended polygroup layers. Yeah, so that's the number of layers, but I want to get the polygroup may or may not exist on a blah, 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 blah. I mean, if I just do this, maybe it will get it properly. Like, it'll just get the last one, maybe? I don't know. Let's try. Also, maybe just the grass UVs thing is busted, but who knows? It should be painting it from bottom to top based on those two groups, but it obviously ain't. It's just getting the lowest vert from each of those first groups. So versus devlogs to Prismatica came really far. So amazed about blend space. Yeah, true. Yeah, I was amazed about blend spaces. I thought they were the coolest thing in the universe. Do you update your demo on Patreon? I haven't in a long time. Also, I'm blurry. Let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, so I haven't updated the demo because I was doing a big refactor before I wanted to do the next demo, and then I started refactoring the refactor. So since then, there hasn't really been like a stable, testable version of the project. And I've also done like a few, what do you call it? Side tracks. Like I was helping work on another game for a few months, and then I was back to Prismatica stuff, and then I did this plugin that I'm kind of working on right now still, which I sell on Gumroad and will be selling on the Unreal Marketplace once some refactors are done. Polygroup layer clumps. Where is the extended polygroup layer? Polygroup layer. Clumps. Polygroup layer. Copy polygroups layer, set number, blah, 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 get number, blah, blah, blah. Why is it not... Is it... Do I have to get it from the... static mesh? No. Group. Hi, I'm new. What are you doing? I'm currently writing a script so that I can do sorry that wait. Ooh, okay, hold on. I think I know what was going wrong. Get polygroup layer here. And then... Yeah, hold on. This might be it. So is it 0 or is it 1? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, so I'm just writing a script that can automatically paint from the stem of leaves to the tips of the leaves with this gradient, and also set the they're called pivot points, which are like some extra data so that like leaves know where they're supposed to rotate around on a mesh, so that I can do like interactive foliage and stuff where you can like step on foliage, and as you're moving around, the foliage will do foliage things like this. Boop. So it can all jiggle. So I'm just looking at ways to automate that to make it much faster. And I'm currently just doing like the very end parts of that. Hey, there it is, there it is. Okay, so it's if... Oh, so extended layer index. We'd want to do... Let's do poly group layer index. And then a select... No, not select. We want to... Well, yeah, we want to do a select, which is a Boolean, which is if this is greater than or equal to 0, then... This is the dumbest setup, but like I kind of get it. We want to... Wait, no, I don't even need that. I can just be like, if this is... Well, no, okay, let's say if this is less than or equal to... No, less than 0, then it is the default layer, and the default number will be -1. Then that goes into there. So that way, if it is -1, then this Boolean is true, and it says this is default layer, it will use the default layer. But then if this is set to 0, then it will not be default layer, and it will have 0 in here. And then we can also do 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and whatever. So we can have as many polygroup layers as we want. And then we're all goog. We're all googie. So then in here, I want to do another input. Polygroup layer index. And then -1. And you're going to go up the very top. I also want to do assign UV pivots as not ticked by default. And then this has to go into here. Blah, blah, blah. Input. Polygroup index thing. I forget what I called it. It can just stay down there, and we can just... fuck, what was it? Layer index. Set that. Zip, zip, boop. Beautiful. And then this just has to go into there. Stunning. And then this will just cross over all them into there, and it's good to go. Auto-gen polygroups from UVs. I could actually do that to that layer. So when we convert UV islands to polygroups, group layer, we can get this. UV layer, specify UV layer to construct the polygroups, number 0. So we can actually just say, yeah, use... Oh, no, but that would have to make a group. You know what? Fuck it. Doesn't matter. They'll figure it out. Okay, so now, the truth moment. The truthful moment. We right-click this. Pivot Painter. Bam. Group index -1, because we want to use the default. We want to paint vertex color using the bush method. And we want to apply pivots based on stem distance. Yeah, that will do its thing. It takes a little while because we have to do like 1 trillion iterations. It's still going. It's still going. There we go. Cool. So now they've all been pivot... Oh, I didn't fucking... hold on. We got to do it again because we want to use absolute distance. So bush... vertex color, R channel, that one, absolute distance 20 units, So it's not relative based on the length of the leaves. So that this will mean that the smaller ones get painted darker than the bigger ones, which is exactly what we want. So that's all good there. Now we want to do scripted asset actions. This one again. We want to... I might even make like another one that is just like a 2D... basically a fern, but the middle point isn't the object pivot. Because like something like this, we'd probably want it to start interacting when we are like, you know, over here. We'd want this one to start bending. So we'd want to do it based on root to tip in XY, but it doesn't need the, I guess we just do it like a bush then, right? No, because we're doing it from bottom to top. How does that work? If I just did it as grass, using that second group, so that would be this pivot paint number 0, assign UV pivots as grass, starting UV channel 2, don't vertex color it, then it's going to assign just these as the pivots, which means that this whole thing should be able to just bend over. Okay, that's kind of fucky because it's thinks that it's a bush. This should be using the small flowers example pivot painter. Small flowers example, bam. Alright, so this one should now interactionate. They should, yeah, so they both jiggle independently. In theory. Okay, can you just like... But they're both interacting so close to one another that it doesn't feel like they're separate. So I think if we were to get the XY at the bottom and then also an XY like furthest in either direction, then that would be the best. And that probably goes for these kind of things as well. Like, get the lowest point of each group, and then just get the absolute furthest one from that. Because these are currently painted as ferns, but I feel like they're more like clumps. So they should, like, bend down, like, around, rather than to the side, like flat ferns do. I don't know, there's just so many different, like, types of stuff. Like, this one would be the same as these ones, basically. So maybe I do want to do another paint method just called clump. Small clump. Yo, any small clumps in the chat? Crimson, hello. How's it going? Once you become an asset seller, you no longer can game dev. I mean, yeah, it's very accurate. It's very accurate. Snee, just want to say thanks for all the awesome stuff you do. No worries, no worries. Thanks for all of the awesome chatting you do. We'll be excited to try when you update. I'm currently trying to recreate something like Exanimus / Half Sword and saw nearly all of your physical animation videos. True. I haven't tried Half Sword. I've talked to one of the devs. One of the devs loves my videos. That's kind of where they started with the physical animation in Half Sword. And obviously then went extremely deep into it. But I haven't actually tried it myself. The demo was free, wasn't it? Maybe I should try it. It seems very goofy and like fun. And Exanima, I've got like 1,000 hours in Exanima, even though it's still in alpha. But yeah, I've played that a bit too much. But like, I don't know. The one reason that I didn't go with fully physical animation, well, actually my action system's broken at the moment because I'm refactoring it. The only thing I can do is jump, which looks great. This character's so heavy that they have to dodge roll. Anyway, so yeah, I can't actually attack and whatnot. But all of my attack animations are keyframed. And the reason for that was because, like, Exanima just has, like, this serious, dark, low fantasy vibe. But then it just has this kind of wacky physical simulation combat system. And, like, I can see what they're going for. Like I understand what the thought process is. It's like, this game is so realistic that all of the animations are physically simulated. But I feel like it kind of undermines the aesthetic of the game. And I kind of feel that way with Half Sword as well. Because, like, obviously, looking at the models and stuff that they've made for Half Sword, like, whoever their, like, art director is obviously very knowledgeable about, 13th to 16th century arms and armor. Because, like, all of the models are, like, historically accurate, and all of the grips they use are all historically accurate. But then you've got this kind of, like, this sort of wacky ass, fully simulated combat. And I feel like in both cases, like, the mechanics and the aesthetics of both of those games, like, undermine one another to some extent. Like, I feel like maybe it is that juxtaposition between goofy as fuck, combat system and, gore and blood and guts and realistic, models and weapons and whatnot. Maybe that's what makes it, gives it that virality factor. But I feel like if both of those games had, like, a more stylized art direction, then it would feel a lot more cohesive. Or if the combat system was keyframed animations but with physical, like, overlay, then it would feel a bit better. Because, like, you look at real like, fencing, like, longsword fencing, and it's like, it's very fast. Let me just look up longsword fencing. Alright, who have we got? Here we go. So yeah, like, longsword fencing, extremely fast. Like, longswords they weigh like a kilogram, less than a kilogram. And you can't really get that sort of, like, I don't know, that speed with physical animation. You have to kind of slow it down, and then it feels like you're using, like, a warhammer all the time. Like that. That's a classic example of, like, that's really hard to do with physical animation, just because, that's how it works. So, I don't know. Like, obviously I still love both of those games, but I mean, ironically, what I'm going for is kind of the opposite in both respects. Like, it's like a stylized, nice-looking game, you know, kind of whimsical looking, but then the combat animations are, like, realistic, and the techniques are realistic, and, you know, the way the combat works is very, like, based on real fencing, where it's, like, you know, back and forth, and single tempo actions, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Ow. In your game, seems a bit of ragdoll, that's you can't input actions. So my ragdoll only activates. Does it still? Okay, here's an example, right? When I press P, we play a physical reaction, but it's only active while that's happening. So we turn on physical animation and then blend it back out, but it's not happening all the time. And you know, like if one of our arms gets broken, then the arm will stay active, but the rest of the character will be kinematic. You can see the feet drag behind if I keep spamming it, but you know. And so, like, there's a few reasons for that, not just for the control and the consistency, but the performance gains from not having it on all the time. In fact, sometimes it'll probably be different for now that I'm using this plugin that requires the physics asset to be present in order to get the velocities and stuff. But usually the characters don't even have mesh collision at all until they are almost hit by a weapon, and then it activates their their mesh collision. Just because, like, my aim is to have, like, you know, potentially 100 fully simulated characters on screen at once, or like in a scene at once. Which means, you know, if I do show collision, if all 100 of those characters has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So up to like 25 physics bodies all checking for collision all the time, then it can get pretty out of hand. So my ideal scenario is to just disable collision on the character mesh entirely, and then we've got this capsule just for movement. And then usually there's like a bigger capsule that covers, it's basically like bounds, that whenever an attack trace overlaps with that big sphere, we then activate the character's collision so that we can do traces against it to determine, you know, oh, we hit them in the foot, or we hit them in the right armpit, or something like that. So I'll have to think of a way. I'll probably have to, like, manually track the velocities of the bones with the plugin if I end up doing that again, but, you know. Capsule Collider's best choice, same as in Unity? Yeah, in general, capsules are... Well, spheres are even cheaper. If you collapse... I don't know if you can have sphere collisions on the characters, or if you can only have capsules, but I'm pretty sure if you collapse a capsule down to length 0, it'll calculate as a sphere. But spheres are usually the best because it's literally just a distance check. So you can just say, here's this thing, and it has a sphere collision, and then the engine will just be like, oh, we've got this other thing, you know, what's its radius, what's this one's radius, what's the distance between them. Okay, we know that they're not overlapping. I mean, that's why the, if you go into here, the bounds, show bounds? Bounds. Yeah, so the yellow one is the rough bounds, or like the coarse bounds. I don't know what they actually call it. But the yellow one is the first step in order to, like, knowing if something is colliding. So if there's two bodies near each other, or, like, you know, in the same cell, I don't know how the collision engine or the physics engine works, but the first thing it will do is the yellow check, and then and then only if it passes the yellow check will it then calculate against the, well, if there was a simple collision or a complex collision, if you're feeling very spicy. Because, like, even checking against an arbitrary shape, even if that shape is a convex shape, it can still... It's still, like, fairly more expensive than just, you know, literally distance from origin, like a circle is. Do you know what? I mean, I'm just kind of making assumptions, but I mean that's why there would be a spherical bounds around a thing, as like a first, you know, a early eliminator, and that also goes for occlusion, like CPU occlusion, culling, or frustum culling, I guess. It will check if that circle bounds, you know, if all of that circle bounds is off screen, then we know, you know, don't render this thing, because, like, there's 0% chance that it will be rendered, because that's like its maximum spherical bounds. Now, obviously, if you're doing, like, world position offset, then that can be incorrect, because world position offset doesn't affect the bounds of stuff, because the bounds are pre-computed. But you can, if you know something's going to be affected by world position offset a lot, like in the shader, you can just increase the boundaries with the bounds. I don't know where they are. I'll be right back. I can hear a cat, so BRB. I'm back, and the cats are sorted out. God, there's a lot of rum left in the bottom of this. Jesus. It's 7:30 a.m. and I'm already shit-faced. It's just a joke. I've only put a splash in there, don't worry. I love rum and berries. Or just frozen berries in general. How is drunk coding not only a YouTube channel? True. Maybe I should become an alcoholic. I get heaps of views, you know? It's all about the views, man. So I can't create a new one. No, that's a preset. So I'd have to do attributes, generate groups in create new. Just call it that one. And then in this one, I need to paint polygroups and be like, hey, brother. Hey there, mister. And just do that. Which feels a bit overkill, but, you know. Becoming an alcoholic for content, let's go. Yeah. The dream. The dream, man. Actually, you guys probably won't believe this, but I've never been drunk before. I actually don't, like... I mean, I literally just, like, slurped rum. I mean, that's like putting alcohol in food isn't drinking, you know? I eat alcohol in cooking, but I actually don't drink at all. Before now, yeah, before now, exactly. Time to I mean, I would be very lightweight. Oh, that one's already got clumps. There we go. Yeah, I would, like, very quickly die. If I, like, had... Like, if I had a drink, you know? One sub per vodka bottle? I would need enough subs to pay for my funeral if I did that. Polygroup layer, polygroups, da-da-da-da-da. Fill, volumetric, small. Set group, uno. Paint you. And you, and you, and... Not you. But paint you, and... Shit. I wish you could do like a... I know you can grow a polygroup, but it only grows within UV seams. Alright, then we just need to get this one. Zoop. Let me make that a bit bigger. Bam. Right, and then what was the shortcut to move to the next? It was shift... It says down here. Change size. Shift Q. Then we move up. Oh, we moved up to 343. That makes sense. Let's do that. That. And then all of this. We just swoop all of that. Shit. That's supposed to be number 1. I'll do that in a sec. That one... Ah, that one comes from there. Okay, okay. I've done goofed then. This one does come from here. I wish... I want to find what material this uses in the engine files and just switch it to two-sided. Because, like, why is it not two-sided? What kind of sick person made this debug material and didn't make it two-sided? That's disgusting. Makes me physically sick. What the hell? What kind of sick joke is this, Unreal Engine? Tell me. Who did this? I want their name. I want to know who it was. And I want them to be punished. Alright, that's fixed now, is it? I can't tell, because they're all fucking invisible! Where's your face debug material? I should put that on as the paint mode. Oh, okay, this is a bit big. Alright, and then you. All of these fellas. And these ones. Cool. That one, these two, that, and that. And then these ones needed to be... Wait, hold on. This one is actually purple. Yep. That one's green. Oh, there's a missing one here. That should be... Shit. Also green? Number 1. And that comes off of there. Okay, hold on. Let's go even smaller. So that should be... No, that should be... Group 1. Yeah, okay, there it is. And then U means you and you. Oh, I just did something bad. No, what the fuck? Okay, set you, and you. And then this one here. Is that all? Show all. We should only have groups 1, 2, and 343. Yeah. Accept. Okay. So now we can use... Well, for all 4 of these, we can say... Right click. Oh no, I was going to do another thingo, right? Where I get the root and the tip. Did I decide on that for clumpies? Clumpy boys? Because the thing about clumps is that they... don't necessarily... Like, this could use the fern, right? It only needs to know what is the furthest, you know, vertex from the center in each group. Because we know that the pivot point is like the object pivot point. But for something like this, where it has different... Or like... is that a better example? I don't know. Some of them are like spaced out like this. So we need them to have their own individual pivot point, but then their own tip point, which I'd probably set as furthest from origin. So it would be like this one would have its root down here, but then its tip would be the furthest in XY. And that's where we would, like, sense the thingo from, or sample the thingo from. Makes sense. Makes sense. Get it? 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 So let's implement that real quick. Jesse, hello. What do you do for work? I do software engineering at a bank. Ooh. I think this job is killing me. I can guess why. I'd love to do game dev full time. Also, thanks for great work you put out. Thank you. I do this full time. I make videos and stream, and people donate their hard-earned money to me so that I can continue doing this with my full effort. Now, I don't make enough to buy a house or anything, but for my very humble living costs, it is enough, which I'm very grateful for. Everyone can live their dream vicariously through me, you know? Of just being a degenerate, you know, a degenerate programmer slash, I don't know, internet guy. Alright, let's go to our pivot thingo. But yeah, sorry, my recommendation, if you want to do game dev full time, you will probably need to, well, first learn game development if you haven't already. Obviously, if you've got a, you know, software dev background, you'll pick it up extremely fast. I guess you could, like, apply for work at, like, big companies and stuff. You know, if you want it to be your full-time job. But you could always think about doing it kind of like part-time, or like as a alternate income stream. You know, doing, you know, odd jobs for other people, like, you know, contract work, streaming. If you're good with, like, you know, internet stuff, and you have like a decent camera and microphone, and if you've got opinions that you want to share on video, then YouTube and stuff is always a good kind of thing to do. It's like a very passive thing that just sort of builds up over time. But yeah, like, you could just work a completely unrelated job, like, you know, doing dishes in a kitchen or something, and then do game development, or like build up your game development portfolio. It'd be a bit of a gamble. But the thing is with game dev, and I guess just learning any new skill, is that it does take time. And if you are working full time in like a very demanding job, then you might not have the energy to like learn, you know, a new profession. So sometimes it can take, sometimes you've got to like take a gamble, like a step to, if you want to get like, if you want to accelerate into a new field. That's kind of what COVID did for me. Like, COVID was like, you know, there is no work because COVID. So that gave me like a full year of just, let's game dev. Yo, we out here game deving. Well, it actually gave me a full like 3 years. It's been 3 years since It's been 3 years since COVID, and I haven't haven't looked back. Can do with a full-time job, we won't have any free. Yeah, exactly. If you're like one of the, if you're one of those like, if you're one of those messed up people that can like, you know, actually be productive and get stuff done, and like has motivation to like be alive, then you could build up a new skill set during, you know, working full-time job, yada, yada, yada. And then when you do let go of that full-time job, then you've got all the skills. Or you might even already be, you know, making some income from, you know, doing whatever your new skill is in spare time. Which can sort of like ease that transition and make it obviously a lot less risky. But I know a lot of people sort of struggle to, you know, if they're working full time, they come home from work and they just go straight to bed. Like they're just exhausted. And then they wake up and they have to go to work again. It's like, fuck. You know. Anyway, what was I? Oh, right. The new script. We need a new... Well, what are our enums? We've got grass, which is one UV channel, pivot XY at base, at based. We've got bushes, which uses 3 UVs. The pivot is XYZ root, tip radial from center. Ferns are 1 UV, pivot is object pivot, tips in XY. Debris is... Wait, what's that? That should be 1. Debris, 1 UV's pivot in card center. We need a new one called... Debris pivot painter enum. Ugh, enums. Actually, you know what? Before I edit this enum, I'm going to close the engine. You guys know how it goes. Then we open the engine. Then we change the enum. And then close the engine without saving the other things. And then we open the engine again and we should be good. At least that's how it works with structs, you know. Berry juice. Alright, now we add enum. This one is called clumpies. Clumpies? Clumps? Clumps? Clumps. 2 UVs. Pivot at root. Pivot at root. Tip at XY farthest vert. Bam. Now we save the enum. Oh, fuck, I just... well... You know, just by so that... Yeah, you know what? We'll just... I mean, I'll save and close anyway, but... enums would probably be fine. Although it can get real fucked if you want to reorder an enum. Because it won't actually, like, do a, what's it called? Redirection. Or, like, it won't go through and update, you know, this one to be that one. It will literally just be the same number. Because I remember once I had this thing where my state enum was like walking and then sliding and then falling, or jumping, falling. No, I think swimming was... Oh no, wading. Wade. And then swimming. And then falling. And then dead. Because then what I could do is just say if movement state or if current state is greater than, you know, falling, we can't do this. Or if it's less than falling, we can do this. Oh, sorry, that way. I thought that was a cool way to do it. It's like in order of most control to least control. And then obviously you could put in like other edge cases, like if what's it called? Like, you know, we want to attack. So if, I guess you'd just say equals walking in that case, but you could say like you can attack, or you can use a bow while you're sliding, and I guess while you're wading in water. But you can't dodge roll. You can only dodge roll at walk. But then, I don't know. But then you could just do an array of enum. But I don't know. It seemed cool to do it that way. I was on that life cycle when I was living with my parents. I'd wake up and get ready to work for hours, eat, play a bit, then sleep. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's, I used to do that. Like 5-6 years ago. I was working 8 days a week, as I say. Well, actually, hold on. How many... If I do 8 times 5, so that's a full working week. But then on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I do 7 till 12, which is plus 7 till 12 is 5 hours, so that's 20 hours. Plus Saturday, Sunday, from midnight till 5. So that's... What did I say a full working week was? 40 hours? So then that divided by 8. So yeah, I guess almost 9 days a week. That was lit. That was hella lit. I think you should really be working 25 hours a day if you're not a lazy liberal. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I agree. It's funny, here in Australia, the Liberal Party is the Conservative Party. So whenever we say liberals, we're talking about the, you know, the centre-right party. And the Labour Party is the centre-left. Here in America too. I mean, yeah, true. I guess, yeah, if your liberals are still centre-right, but then the other party is just like further right. I put us... No, that's fine. Pivot at root, tip at XY, farthest vert. And so then if we go to our switch node over here, I can probably also just like, you know what, fuck it. We can have this big conditional fella. I love a big conditional fella, you know what I'm saying? Okay, if clumpy boys, then we want to get How do I do the grass? Oh, the grass I do tip first, then pivot. But in this case, we want to do... get the lowest. So we could just say... Actually, yeah, I know. Let's just do this. And we'll get this out here. Zoop. Alright, big boy, you go into there. So we're going to say get furthest vert from location. Oh, that should be pivot point. Oh, fuck. Shit. Pivot point. Bam. Oop. And then we want to get the tip point. Where's tip point? There it is. So, pivot point is going to be distance type Z, location very large in the... Okay, maybe not that high. 1,000? So that will get the lowest vertex on the doodad. And then get furthest vert from location is going to be from origin in XY. Maybe a little bit of Z. Do we need... I could just do further... no, it should just be XY. Yeah. So that'll give us the tip point. And then we can just do a thing. I know this... You're probably thinking, oh, why don't you just turn this to a function? Vertex color shit. Set mesh triangle UVs. We need to get a second one of this. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Here we go. Okay. And then we're gonna... just smack them together like that. UV channel, starting UV channel, UV channel, UV channel +1. Bam. Triangle ID is the same triangle ID. And... this is... So wait. The first one is the pivot, then the next one is the tip point. Bam. That's it. And that should just work. So now, if we go to our map, prop viewer level, present that TikTok grinder timeline. What the fuck does that mean? I've never seen a TikTok before. Every day that passes, I feel more and more like a boomer, even though I'm like a late millennial. I just don't understand the new generation. I don't even know if I'm capable of understanding. Who up pivoting they points? I just want a dang gif of a dancing lizard. Hell fucking yeah. Alright, let's go script. Hold on, wait, I forgot one thing. We need to do the thing where we say... Oh no, yeah, I already did that. It's got 2 UVs, blah, 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 blah. It will create the number of UVs based on the thing. Cool, we're good to go. Wish the internet was still just dancing GIFs and GeoCities pages. Alright, well, GeoCities, that's a little bit before my time. My first exposure to the internet was through Neopets. That was the first thing I ever used the internet for. We ain't that old. Well. Alright, polygroup index 0. Oh, not 90, 0. Assign UV pivots using clumps. Starting UV channel 2. Don't paint vertex color. Go. Okay, something happened there. Let me just ask Jeeves. Okay, I know what ask Jeeves is. Alright, now we just want to get this. Fuck, how do I do a gradient from... Well, actually, I can just do get bush data. And just get the gradient and yeet that into there. And we should see a gradient from root to tip. Haha. Hello? What the fuck? Huh? That one's still using it. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hol up. Let's go to modeling. And we go to attribs, paint, polygroups. So that's default, and that's clumps. Okay. So you're telling me... Let's just do this one in particular. Yeah, why would it be saying that's the fucking pivot point? We're saying get the... Pivot painter. This one. Group layer index 0. Assign UV pivots as clumpies. Assign UV channel 2. Don't paint vertex color. Use absolute no. Okay. You telling me a pivot painted this? Yes. That's right. The pivots be painting. Okay, what's going wrong here? Clumps 2 UVs, pivot at root, tip at XY farthest vert. And we're saying clumps. And then when we do clumps, we get the verts. Furthest from location Z big number in the Z axis becomes the pivot point. And this is using length, yeah, distance. So then we want to get the vert that is furthest away from the origin point in the XY direction. That becomes our tip point. And then... yeah, all of that is fine. Yes. Yes. That gets skipped. We do all that. And then... this. Huh. What the fuck? Let's see if the other scripts work on it. Real quick. We'll just see if we use the bush one from here. And we do that. Okay, that works. What does the bush one do again? It just gets the one that's closest to the origin, which would be these, coincidentally, and then yeets them out there. I mean, like, that's correct, but I don't know if it is going to the right. Oh, I think that's a stray anyway. I need to fix that up. Wait, what? Ah, so I hate when they're the same color. Wait, where the frick are the... There they are. Set group, these nuts. There we go. Accept. Oh, there's another stray one, right? 212. Why are they the same fucking... I mean, they're not the exact... No, they are the same color. What the hell? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So what's going wrong here? So when I do this, and we say, use the clump generator, blah, 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 from number 0, starting UV2, blah, 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 and it's just like, well, okay, that one worked. Kind of, what the fuck? Oh, is it fucking light map UVs? Light map UV, no. UV, channel 1, channel 0, cool. Channel 2, which we can't see anything. Channel 3, channel 4, we don't need channel 4, you can fuck off. That's what I thought about lizards and frogs. They're kind of the same thing, but not really. I mean, are they? Is that your final answer? So this one's getting... Oh, it gets the fucking... Oh, so maybe... No, maybe it is working and I'm just dumb as fuck. That could be it. That's a real possibility. What if we just do... this? Oh, fuck, I've forgotten what the... Local position into that one. And then that into there, and then that there, and then that gives us our gradient. Yeah, it could just be that the... You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, brother? Okay, it is correct. It's just that I'm dumb as fuck. Wait, is it correct? Tip. No, that... yeah, no, that is correct, because it's just saying this is the root, that is the tip. This isn't the vertex paint or anything. So we look at that, let's just make a threefer. We yeet that into that, and then that into that, and then the vertex color into that, and then a 0 into that. Then we get... The green is the, like, pivot weight paint. And then the redness is the root to tip. Bye! Have fun! Okay, so it is working. So now we get all 4 of these. And we say... Scripted asset actions, pivot painter, number 0. Oops. Assign UV pivots as clumpy boys. Starting UV channel 2. And then we wait 5 minutes. Wait, what the fuck? Why didn't... Did we just get an infinite loot? No? What the fuck? What the fuck this shit, brother? Oh, well, I want to... Okay, wait. These haven't been duded. Wait, have they? Yeah? Hold on. Pivot painter. Assign paint vertex color based on bush. Default dude. Based on stem position, absolute vertex doodad, number 20. Excuse me? Fuck! Fuck! It's fine. All I have to do is just, yeah. It's fine. I've just got their groups around the wrong way. We just zero out the stems. Fill. Hello, fill. And then these have to be zeroed out. Whoop. And that has to be zeroed out. Because we don't want them to jiggle too much. Alright, well that's that one fixed. And then this one, polygroups. Yeah, right. I forgot to change it when I did them. It's no biggie, no biggie. I just need to yeet that into oblivion. And then, is that is zeroed out. Okay, cool. Accept. Okay, now these two have their groups around the wrong way, but we can say use number 0. Foliage paint, bushes, starting UV doesn't matter. Paint vertex color, red channel, pivots based on stem location. Did that work? Did that work? Give me the red channel, brother. What the fuck? What is this shit? Oh, I didn't... Okay, fucking... Jesus Christ, I want to fucking die. Just yeet that one to 0. And I'm guessing this isn't 0? No, it is. Then why are they not doing the thing with the stuff? URL 0. URL 0 too. Alright, accept. Okay, so we've got this. And that's definitely group 2. Polygroups. Yeah, not default. So if we accept, we go to here, and we say, hey, scripted asset actions, this one, group 0, as a bush, starting UV channel 2, doesn't matter, paint vertex color, yes, red channel, assign pivots based on stem, use absolute vertex paint distance 20. Why are they getting... What? Huh? What the fuck? No. Yes. No. I know what I'm looking for. It's something to do with the thing. There's something. There's a thing that says is stem. Like if it's in group 0, if group 0, if it's group 0, no, we should be able to just fucking... If it's 0, then where do I reference that again? Then I just set the vert color to 0. Is stem. Find references. Get. Is stem, if true, set 0. Right. Which is happening, so that's fine, but it must be in the get closest vertex to polygroup 0. In here, we are... Hey, there it is. Group layer. Group layer is this. Come here, you little bitch. There you go. Alright, alright. So it's just that they didn't have anything to check their distance against. Because usually what we do is for each vert in each group, we then iterate over every other vert in group 0, so all of these black ones, and we check which vert of this clump, or this leaf, or this group, has the lowest distance squared to an edge of group 0. So that's how we get it to, like, go from the center, or, you know, if it's like a leafy thing, then we can actually use group 0 to determine where the root point is. So now that I've fixed that, we should be able to do this regardless of what group the bullshit stuff is in. So now we go bushes, paint vertex color, pivots based on blah blah blah, absolute value 20, absolute distance, sorry, and what the fuck is this, huh? Did I not say group index 0? I didn't. Everything's fine, Bush, assign UV channel, paint vertex color, yes. Assign pivots based on stem position. Wait for it. Hey, wait. Oh, and then the other one. Hey. Hey. What happens if you put the absolute vertex paint distance to 0? Does this do nothing? If something is further than 0 units away, then it will... Thingo. Last field is still on... Ah, yeah, you're right. I forgot to set the distance. So that's 0. This is bush type. Paint vertex color. Assign the pivots based on the stem thinger. Use 20 as the absolute distance. So now the smaller ones will be darker than the larger ones. Wait for it. There we go. Right, that's it. Cool, man. What a fucking nightmare. Alright, I think that's all of the functions done. And we can now do multiple thingos. Multiple polygroups. Or polygroup layers. So these ones are using the bush. Like big tall bush, which like individually paints the tips of all the leaves so we can like move the leaves around as though they're kind of like boned. These are just flower or like short flowers or something. I forget what they were called. These ones are also just clumps, but I haven't actually implemented the fuck's going on there. Oh, right, they don't have vertex paint stuff. Actually, why is that happening? No, that's fine. Oh, it's because these... Oh, the pivots aren't painted. So now we need to get these two and say, hey, brother. Scripted asset actions, pivot painter, paint UV pivots from the original group using the clumps, and don't paint vertex colors. Now they should behave normally. Or like they shouldn't be like going everywhere. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Yeah. Nice. Okay, this character's like a bit too big. Groovy and cool. Okay, so if we wanted these to be... What the fuck's going on here? Oh, that's just old, deprecated stuff. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Let's go to the material. The small flowers WPO. So if the small flowers are using the clumpy boys, then we actually want to sample from the tip. Like that. But then we want them to pivot around their root. So sample at the tip to know when to interact, but then pivot around the root. I think that's it. Yeah, that's fine. And then that is nowhere. Cool. So in theory, we should now see these flowers. Not those ones, these ones. Should, yeah, so we can like just hit one side of them. You know? So each clump has its own sensor point out at its furthest XY. Now, it looks a bit fucked because reasons. And for that reason, I want to actually bring in the doodad. The dude. We want to get this, and we want to just say, hey, you should be in closer than what I told you to be. Anyway, that's that. So there we go. Now I ran into a dilemma with these ones in particular. Because they're like big. They should behave like one of these. So these ones act like bushes where, like, you know, the individual leaves interact and the overall bush can, you know, bend over if we get near it. I feel like these ones should work like that as well. Obviously, they're gonna get a bit freaky. But in order to be able to do this kind of stuff, because we don't deal with hierarchical pivots, because that's like an actual fucking, like, generational nightmare and also a performance nightmare, I wouldn't be able to use multi-plant clumps of them. I'd have to just use this and just use that, which isn't a big deal because we're using instancing and we can just say, hey, spawn a group of 3 of these right near each other, you know? So I'd have to, like, sacrifice 2 model variations, even though these models are literally just combinations of these 2. Yeah, if I wanted these to, like, interact independently. Which, given if this is the default size, and we say that things can be 25%, you know, smaller or larger, then maybe it would actually matter. But, I don't know. Who cares? Who even cares about all this stuff? It's just visuals. It doesn't affect gameplay, you know? Robo, how's it going? Also, Tomatoes, how's it going? Harvest looking dandy this year? Hell yeah. Have I slept? I woke up only like 6 hours ago. I've been awake since like 2 a.m. So yeah. It could affect gameplay. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it technically can't affect gameplay, but it can definitely affect the vibe. Oh, actually, no. You know what? It can display gameplay information. Like, as an example, if there's a huge field of them, let's just go to Foliage, man, and just get this. How does this work again? Just get this one. Hello, flower. And we just override you. Override materials, bush example. Bush WPO example. And we just, I don't know, fucking... Okay, that's a bit sparse. Density, 10,000. Okay, maybe not. Do it out here. Bam. And let's do a size variation as well. Scaling, 0.75 to 1.25. Okay. So yeah, like, if you're in this field... and, like, you just see them rustling. Something's coming towards you, you know? So I guess in that case, yeah, it technically would be, like, a gameplay element. Oh, I fell over. Shit. Also, rest in peace bitrate. Actually, no, I'm streaming at 3 kilobit right now. Could also hide in them too. Well, yeah, but the hiding would have to be done on the CPU side of things, because you'd have to be doing traces against, like, their collisions. Or, I think in this case, I would just do, like, a spline volume that just says, hey, like, if you're in this spline, you're in bushes, you know? And then if something tries to query visibility to us, it will hit that spline volume, and it will apply the visibility modifier that it needs, rather than having to do a multi-line trace through 15 different... up to like 20 different meshes. Although I guess if you did it that way, you could accumulate the visibility. Like, if I was just here and someone queried visibility against me, and there's this bush which occludes 80% visibility, versus if I was over here and it actually did a trace through all the bushes, that would be kind of pog. Visibility by RVT, is that a terrible idea? Yeah. Well, I've thought about that kind of thing before. Like using a render target or an RVT to send a low resolution, well, texture, aka an array of values, for, like, spatial data. I guess if you had your own, like, not like EQS, because EQS queries on command, but if you had, like, some sort of manager that could asynchronously go through a bunch of grid cells and check for, you know, for this cell, what is its visibility value? And then go to the next cell and the next cell and the next cell. And so you'd essentially build up a grid of values, which could just tell you, oh yeah, the visibility in this cell is, you know, 99%, well, is 1%. And then, yeah, you could do it that way. Because it's easy to say, yeah, I'm this character, I'm in this location, what grid cell would I be in? Okay, I'm in this grid cell, get the value from that entry in the array. And that's super easy. So yeah. Then the actor, I would try to make it so just checks the high Z value of the ones within the range from the actors potentially trying to hide, and there's sufficient amount of Z compared to actor. True. The actors exceed the actors Z high way. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, if I was going to do it, I'd probably do traces, but either on a different thread called like the, I don't know, visibility thread or some shit, or just do it so that things aren't checking their visibility like all the fucking time. Or set up like a visibility queue, a visibility check queue. Because the way that I imagine doing visibility for Prismatica, for like stealth and detection system, you know, another fucking... I'll probably do it as a plugin as well. We would have character, or the viewer, who has big eyeballs. No, they don't need pupils. So we could use the built-in visibility sensor system and piggyback off of that, or just make a brand new one that doesn't suck ass. But essentially, once this character has a chance of being detected, so this character, their cone overlaps us, and then it will call a function called can see or something, which is like a tick box, or maybe it's an enum, so it's like 0 means, or like entry 0 is nothing is out of the ordinary. You know, the next entry could be something looks kind of suspicious, sus, and then the next one could be, you know, it's an enemy, or like it's a person, or like I know exactly what it is that I'm seeing. So yeah, so the coarse detection detects or determines whether we actually do a advanced visibility doodad, which would be a series of traces from the head of the other character to multiple points on the other character. So one to the head. You could either do one to the feet and then another to the waist, or you could do maybe just one to the base, one to each hand. Probably a good one to do. Oops, that's not a fucking line. Anyway, so you do this. Oops. And then for something like Foliage, you could say that it accumulates to like a percentage of like, you know, not seeing. But, you know, if the head is sticking out above their collision doodads, then that's like an uninterrupted sight trace. And then you can say, okay, well, these 3 failed, but this one succeeded, so maybe it's like a, you know, 25% chance that they detect this character. Or maybe the head is like more weighted, so like it's like, I don't know, 50% chance that they detect us on that pass. But then you'd also need to do for each head, you know, for each visibility location, let's just say it's nighttime, and there's a light source over here, like a bonfire, and we know we can, like, you know, we can get the light source radius and like the distance radius and all that shit. So in this case, we know that the radius is this big, so therefore all of these are going to be in complete darkness, so we can factor that into whether they see it or not. But then if we are in the influence radius of the light source, then we do a trace from the light source to those parts of the character to determine whether they would be in light or not. And so using all that info, you could then determine, I can see this person. And then further, also, hey Sol, thanks for the raid. How'd the thingo go? How'd all the stuff go? I'm just going on a bit of a explainy tangent about how I do stealth. But yeah, anyway, this is where it gets a little bit Prismatica convoluted. You continue these traces beyond the character to hit whatever is behind the character to a certain range, and you then implement some data to get the color of the thing behind the character. Yeah. And then you compare that to the color of the character using their clothing, you know, primary colors. So if all of this is like green or blue, and my character is wearing full blue clothing and has blue hair or a blue hood on, then, you know, they're not going to see as much. But if you were wearing like bright red and these were all green, then you'd be more visible. So there's three things. You've got occlusion, you've got ock, you've got what was yellow? Light. And you've got color. And that's the Prismatica three-part stealth system that hasn't been implemented yet. What are we calling this one? Must have been the wind. There you go. Because running Unreal Insight showed 65% of the Prismatica manager's tick time comes from the gather all shapes from registered components. Okay, that's less than I thought it would be. Oh, but is that just for the test level where there's only like the one character going on? And the balls, obviously. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. Because that would then mean if... So let's say it's like 60%, or even if it was 50%, and then we added one more character, that would then become 75% of its time. And so on, so on. So yeah, I think that's definitely the pain point. Color's kind of sad because, I mean, certain outfits won't be meta. Well, only for stealth. You would have to have a stealth outfit. And you'd also need a desert stealth versus a woodland stealth versus a snowy stealth. That's fun, right? Building a you know, a gear setup for a particular biome. I think that's dope. Just to like go hunting so you don't get detected by enemies. Sorry, by animals. Carry takes 158 microseconds to get deform capsule. Gotcha. How many milliseconds is that? 0.18? Micro. So a millisecond is 1,000th of a second. But a microsecond. I don't know. It sounds like a lot. 1,000,000th. Okay. It'll be interesting to do a comparison between. Wait, that should be using the bubble. So they need to be medium clumps. Medium clumps. It'll be interesting to do a direct comparison between Blueprint and C++ for it, and then make a video about it. And it's like Blueprint, but why you shouldn't use Blueprint, and get like 1 million views, like an actual 1 million views. That would be pog. Tick. That's right. Tick bad. Who would even use tick, honestly? What do I call this? Medium clumps? Medium clumpy? Clumps? Medium clumps WPO. And the only difference between this and the flowers is going to be that the clumps react to the bubbles more. And then the trampler can get less. You can be like 0.5 or something. Maybe even less, 0.25 probably. And the velocity, but then the velocity only goes into the velocity of the trample goes into the wiggler. Yeah, I don't think so. I think we just omit that completely. And we probably don't even need the trampler. Yeah, so then that can yeet. That yeets, that goes in there. Pivot is the tip point, but inwards a bit. Bend amount, less than 66. We go to 33. 33 is a nice degrees percentage. The bend amount. So that is bend amount, adding wind at half strength, plus the trample deform, plus the combination of the bubble and the bubble velocity average. And then that, blah, 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 blah. Cool. And then the wiggler, the wiggle amount is comprised of the... Ooh, they should all be getting absoluted before that. Before we add them together. Because we don't want them to cancel out the wiggle, you know? You know what I mean? So we abs them. We also get the water disturbance mask, which is already scalar. That all then goes into there. Wiggle amount. Wiggle floppiness. A little bit more than before. Wiggle speed is default. Root to tip mask. Cylinder mask, vertex color. All good. Scale factor, yes. Wiggle max angle, default. Wiggle speed, default. And then this bit here doesn't need to be there, because these never get fully trampled. So that was there to just protect trampled foliage from being wiggled too much. And then the bender gets the height mask, Nice. And then with a inverted power applied to it, so then it can bend closer to the ground, but then the wiggler uses just the regular height mask to do its thing. Also, I might even put that up to 73, which is another meme number if you play RuneScape. Oh, and then lastly, Jesus fucking Christ, we want to do the bubble. The bubble in... Oh wait, no, that's just added them. Add wind to bubble to blah blah blah. Push amount. Push down distance, yeah. What's the... we'll do that like, I don't know, 5. And that gets multiplied by vertex color and then added to the thing. Nice. So, if we apply that here, duplicate. This one's called Pris Medium Clumps WPO _ example. Cool. So these are just, what's the folder called? The folder's called Easy Mode. So it's literally just my WPO presets for these things. So if people can't be bothered using their brains, they can just chuck these on and see what happens. Clumps. Medium clumps WPO. Oh, I also need to do a wind input because people might want to use these functions for their actual, like, default wind. Yeah, that looks kind of dope. Wait, why is that one not... Ah, gotcha. Okay, they're really, they're really wiggling. Yeah, they truly do be wiggling. There's not much time distortion on them. Okay, those ones are kind of fucked, but... I love... See, like, the little flowers? And, like, the petals kind of flop around a bit more. It's kind of funny. It's funny. Also, why do they jiggle when I'm... Oh, you know what it is? I bet you that the... Nothing here is writing to the water height RVT, which means that we're probably drawing water when we're just walking around. Yeah. And then that water affects some of the foliages, like these ones. Yeah, these ones over there. So if I just, like, jump... then you can... Yeah. I thought it was the wind at first. Because we draw wind from capsules. A tiny bit. Yeah, true. Okay, well, yolla. But yeah, my idea is if I go to one of these and I have an input called wind something. Wind input. Global wind input. And that can just be a vector 2. And then we just add that wherever we're sampling wind. Add wind to there. Like that. I'll do it that way. And then... Oh, fuck off. And then... Also over here where I do wind. For like each vertex, we just add that to that. So that means... we can take a wind input. If I use default preview, blah, blah, blah. We should be able to see what these look like when we just apply wind. Like global wind. Because I've only ever seen these, like, in the context of... okay, that's very fast. Or, like, very extreme. So, wind input only. So that's like gale strength wind. Okay, I see. Probably need more height distortion. Or just to be slower in general. Let's do floppiness. More. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. That's fine for now. Wiggle speed. Slower. I guess the other thing is, you wouldn't want this to just be like flat. I guess you would use a wind mask to then drive... Actually, I might already have a wind mask. My old global wind. Pris wind global. Wind intensity... We have the wind pressure mask. Which I don't know if it is a what's it called or not. Wind mask, who cares? Wind intensity. I don't know. I think 8 was the thing. No time distortion. Yeah, we just want the pressure mask. So this should like make it go like up and down, you know? Also, yeah, 8 is probably a bit much, but... Wait, where's world origin again? Okay, you know, it'll be more visible with these ones. What were these ones called again? Bushes, WPO. Large single bush. Input. Wind. Global wind input. And we then want to, here, vector 2, wherever we sample the wind, we add this. Can that, like, level out? There it goes. And then where else does that have to go? We sample wind. Oh, God, fuck. You know what? Who would have thunk that I'd use a reroute node? Alright, bushes. Is that compiling, or did it just die? Ah, it's because... There we go, gotta tick that. I don't know why that isn't ticked by default. Alright, where's our whoosh? Not our whoosh, our bush example. Bush, WPO example. Also, let's get our flowers texture and actually use it. Opacity mask, normals, base color, hit OK. Oh, it needs to be masked. No, it is masked. What the... Oh, right, they're not ferny, they're just... Cool. Let's also, like, make it... what's it called? Not these colors. I mean, they're kind of cool. Make it a bit more gold. A bit more saturated. Saturated. Oof, now we're popping. Actually, I kind of like that. A bit desaturated. And I also like that a bit desaturated. Maybe a bit more sea blue, sea green. Nice. All right. Let's see if we put in the wind, global wind. We just get the wind pressure mask, and we get a value. Multiply the red direction. Well, actually, no, it should be going in the world origin direction. Holy moly. Okay. It's a little bit too extreme. But you can see the waves. You can see the waves. What direction is that? That is... negative Y. Alright. So in theory, this should look kind of alright. Yeah. I can frick with that. So it's basically piggybacking off of the wind material functions, or like the interaction material functions, which means that this will... Yeah. It'll just work. Hashtag just works. I'd probably want the wind to push them over a bit more. Like for the bender. Maybe don't divide by 2. But then the wiggler is harder. Maybe I'd want to, like, do an additional add. This feels kind of wrong, but yellow. To the bend amount, max bend angle. 33 degree. Because, like, we kind of want to see the direction that it's blowing with the overall dude. Like that. Because that's the thing about this whole system, is that the wiggle, the general wiggle, isn't directional. It's omnidirectional, but then we add a directional bend to it, and that's what gives it, like, the effect. It's like if I go near this and they bend out of the way, but the actual, like, jiggle is just random, and it gives the effect that it's, like, physically simulated, you know? What exactly makes particle effects expensive? Not much. Particles are generally very cheap. Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, right, no, that's supposed to be like that. If they're GPU, if they're CPU particles, then just the number of them can make them expensive. If they're GPU particles, then not much is going to make them expensive, honestly. Like, as an example. Oh, where'd they go? Spawn burst. No, not 10. We want 10... 1 million. 1 million of these. So right now we've got 1 million butterflies. That are all just chilling. Also, that selection outline fucking hates us. Oh, the bounds, I forgot the bounds. Oh, they're coming, fuck! So yeah, these aren't expensive to compute because they are running in a compute shader. So like, if you think about... think about a post-process effect, right? So a post-process effect... You know, if it's running on a standard 1080... Oh, what is it? 1080 times 1920? So it has to calculate values for 2 million pixels every frame. So calculating 1 million, you know, positions and velocities for these effects is like as cheap as doing, you know, like a color grade or like a color tint post-process to some degree. So that's why GPU particles are like pog as hell. Can this be like ambient smoke particles? So when you're dealing with like smoke and fog particles, things get a little bit trickier because then you're dealing with material complexity. Also, where did that go? Where did the... Oh god, they're coming out of the cracks. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like the Shining elevator scene. Also, rest in peace, bitrate. But yeah, if you're doing like fog effects with particles, boy, hey, then you can get overdraw issues if they are, hey, hop down, please. Excuse me. Thank you. So if they're all overlapping each other and they are translucent, then you have to render that particle, oh sorry, that pixel, like for each overlapping doodad. So that's where those kind of particles can get expensive, is because they like exponentially increase the cost per pixel on the screen, if that makes sense. I like how this looks. I think that looks nice. What do you guys reckon? We get a bit of... How's it going? Oi! You're going to be doing tab targeting. Only for controller. And for controller, it will be kind of like a fuzzy targeting, like Grand Theft Auto. The usual, if you're playing keyboard and mouse, which is the recommended way, it's wherever your cursor is where your attack is going to land. So, or where your character will try to land the attack. So if you're hovering near someone's head, then you're going to be attacking at at their head, and if you're aiming at their feet, then you're going to be, you know, attacking at their feet. And the reason for that is that all the different body parts have different functions and different effects on the character. So that won't be changing for keyboard and mouse. But for controller, if I ever do controller support, which I'd like to do, it will be whatever direction you're holding in, and then you click the target button, it'll snap to the nearest character, you know, that's in combat or that you'd want to be aiming at. And it will sort of lock your cursor to, like, their origin point, and then you can use the right stick to kind of, like, bubble out from that origin point so that you can then aim at, you know, this foot or their left shoulder that isn't, you know, has no armor on it or something. Rather than doing like, the stick controls the mouse, which is like a fucking nightmare. It'll be like, I mean, when you're out of combat, you'll be able to just aim free with, like, cursor from your character using the stick so that you can, like, shoot something in the environment with an arrow if you needed to, like explosive barrels or some shit. Or just, like, throw a bomb, you know, in that direction. But yeah, you'll be able to lock on to a target and then aim around them. Like in Helldivers, I haven't played that. Sorry, I need to sort this cat out real quick. He's been a little prick. Boy, I'm putting you outside. Alright, I'll BRB, and then we'll finish all of this foliage, actually. Yeah. Alright, BRB. Hello, I'm back. Also, I got groceries yesterday. I did my fortnightly grocery run. And guess what was on sale, right? In the cereal section. Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops, or some people might know them as Fruity Loops. That shit's like fucking crack cocaine, I swear. Give me the loops. They were half price. Usually, I haven't had them in like years because they're so fucking expensive. But I just couldn't resist. I just could not resist. I love the loops. Hello, Bach. I'm Mozart. Ha 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 ha. Funny, 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 funny. It's actually kind of funny. Give me the loops, brother. Classic meme. Classic meme. Moist, please make a YouTube video on variations of camera controls and where you can click a button to switch between different cameras. Please. So the thing about when people ask me to make tutorials about stuff, the usual answer is that if I knew how to do it, then I would have made a video about it already. I've only worked with top-down perspective before. So, I don't think I'm qualified. Oh, we need to do these ones. True. Fruit Loops is the name of a... Yeah, true. There's challenging court. It had to be on F... Oh, is that why it's called FL? Yeah, that's... Makes sense now. Fuck you, Kellogg's. You cereal fuckers. Like cereal as in C-E-R-I-A-L. See, that looks kind of nice. Fuck, I've set up like a whole ecosystem here. There's a bunch of resources out there. Yeah, I've seen like a lot of first to third person camera switchy doodads. Because going from third to first, there's like the whole consideration of if you are using a... Like, you know, in first-person games, how, like, your character is invisible, but you then have a separate mesh for just the hands and stuff. You've got to deal with all that bullshit. Unless you just do it so that the... the thing with the stuff... You know what I'm saying? Wait, why don't I just do that and then that into there? God, I'm so dumb. So then I don't have to do that again. I forget what I was saying. Alright, what was I... Right, pivot painting. So these are these clumps or are they bushes? Because I could do these as bushes, where the leaves independently do their thing. But I could just do these as clumps, as clumpy boys. If I did them as bushes, I would have to discard this model and this model, and just keep the single leaf ones, or the single stem ones. I can't decide. I don't know. Oh my god, what the fuck? In my expert opinion... Am I an expert now? Fuck, you do something for like 2 or 3 years and people start calling you an expert. Next, they're gonna start saying in my professional opinion. And anyway, what amazing mechanics are most available in top-down view? That's a really good question, I think. I find top-down view to almost be more immersive than third person or first person even. Purely because you have, like in real life, right? You have a real, like you have like, you know, over 180 degrees of peripheral vision. And you've got like a bunch of other cues, like audio cues. So like if I knew there was someone behind me, I'd be able to just like sense that they are over there and they just walked that way, you know? By just like, you know, either like quickly looking, like just darting my eyes over there and looking, or just by hearing them or whatever. So I almost feel like top-down perspective emulates your, awareness of your surroundings better than first or third person does, because you can just see, you know, your character and then the other character. It also is good for like depth perception in a weird way. So in like a third person game or a first person game, because you've got like a, you know, a field of view distortion going on, just so you can actually see what's going on, it's really hard to judge distance in like a melee game. So like something that people struggle with a lot in like Chivalry and Mordhau is knowing the range of each different weapon. And like knowing whether you're in range or not, or whether someone's attack is going to hit you or not, because it's so, you know, you have to like pump the field of view up to be able to accommodate for seeing your surroundings, but in doing that, you get really bad depth perception. So top down, you actually have like a realistic depth perception, because it's like, you know, my sword is this long, I know that I'm going to hit here when I attack. So, you know, when I attack, I know that I'm going to hit this fella. So, that's one way that I think it's more immersive. For me, at least. And then I guess it's just a good vibe. It's just a really good vibe. Being able to like see the layout of something, which again is sort of like when you're a real human person, you sort of build up this almost like omniscient like awareness of your surroundings. Like, you know, I could walk into my kitchen without looking, you know, like I could be blindfolded and make my way around my house. And like, I'm obviously not looking at it from a top-down perspective per se, but I feel like top-down kind of gives you that, that sort of awareness, I guess, yeah. How would you make a horror game in top-down? I would do it like... what's that game called? There's a lot of really good... top-down horror games. I guess Project Zomboid is a weird example. There was a game recently I saw someone play that was a top-down survival horror game. Darkwood, I think that was it. Yeah, this one. So yeah, it had like a vision cone. Top down, hella spooky, really good like parallax and silhouettes and shit. And it seemed like terrifying. So that would be a good example. And then Zomboid does it in it has some pretty cool mechanics. Like for dealing with awareness and whatnot. Zomboid's like the best game ever, by the way. Let me see if I can find it. That's probably not a good example. What about... Here we go. Can I make that bigger? I could just boot it up. I think I have it installed. Anyway, so Zomboid does a vision cone, but things that you have seen will like fade out slowly. So if you like turn around and then turn to the front again, they'll like fade out rather than immediately being invisible again. And then it also does something really cool where if your character has good hearing, so if they're not deaf, you'll actually see like a little shadow. Like, let's say I'm facing these guys. You would see like a little shadow, spot shadow, where, you know, a zombie is behind you, like where your vision isn't. And also like in other rooms, you can see a little spot shadow whenever they make noise. And obviously you can hear them make noise. So... yeah. So, like, yeah, it can be really freaky when you open up a door and then you go through the door and then a zombie appears because it was, you know, behind the door. And whenever that does happen, whenever a zombie appears in your line of sight near you, then it will play this, like, fucking jump scare sound. Like this little violin pierce... violin hit, and your character will get panicked, which means they are less accurate. They bleed faster if they're bleeding, I think, and they run faster. Did I already say that? They run faster? They aim less, they bleed faster, they run faster, yeah. Which I think is really, really good. Do you are making tons of in-game items with sets and effects like in Project Zomboid? I don't have any videos about code. I have very little about code. I mostly make videos about shaders and visual effects. Just because I don't know. It's hard to make kind of one-off videos about code, so I just tend not to do it. But what I would do, or what I am doing for that very thing, is using I call them properties. I call them simulation properties. But essentially you make every stat an object that can handle its own updating and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, a character might have a property called aiming or stability or something like that. And so the aiming, whenever the aiming attribute or property updates, it will look for the things that affect aiming. So, consciousness level, tiredness, the health of the arms and hands, Something else. Panic. And so then it will have its value, which is the aiming value, and then whenever you shoot something or attack or anything, you just get the aiming attribute and use that in the calculation. So you end up with like a big, I mean, I've done big things before on Miro. What do you mean continue? Yeah, continue with Jugal. Prismatica Dev. Alright, do we have a thing about... Okay, here. So here's like an example of how movement can be affected by a bunch of other stuff. So like movement, which is for movement speed or like ability to move, is affected directly by consciousness. So if your character is drunk or tired, tiredness would affect consciousness, but if your character was drunk, they'd move slower, or they'd be able to move less. But then also blood, like if you've lost a lot of blood, then your body physically can't move as well. So blood affects movement directly, but then blood also affects consciousness. So then, therefore, it almost like double affects movement, once indirectly and once directly. This abstraction there would be so that, you know, consciousness affects, I don't know, chance of vomiting or just whether you pass out or not. So losing blood affects consciousness, affects passing out. So then you've got other things like you've got your weight, like carried weight, which would then also contribute to your total weight, which is like the character's total weight, which is what, you know, when you jump on someone's head, you use this value, but for your character's movement, you use this value. Or maybe you use this one, but that would get offset by how strong the character is, because usually a taller character is probably stronger. But anyway, oh, there you go. We've got strength stat, which can offset the effect of carried weight and blah, blah, blah. So then you've got the health of the legs. So the legs have their own property called limb, leg, right, and limb, leg, left. And then they could have properties assigned to them as debuffs. So injury, fracture on limb, leg, right, which affects movement. But then you can assign properties to those properties that counteract the debuff, you know? So here, bone healing juice can, when we consume it, looks for any property with the tags injury, fracture, or injury breakage or something. And so it will then decrease or heal this injury over time, which then, you know, stops the movement being hindered by the leg. But then you could also like inject it from just all injuries heal faster, which might be like a perk where like, or a stat that makes you heal faster. So anything with just the injury gameplay tag will then get healed. And yeah, then you can do like wacky shit like we have a cut on the arm, which means we're losing blood, which means that it's affecting our movement and consciousness, yeah, and movement again indirectly. But then like you can apply a bandage that slows just the bleeding of the limb, right arm, or any cut that's on this whatever section it was assigned to. You could say, hey, we want to we want the bleeding to be, 80% less on this section of the body, and it would do that. But then you could, like, this bandage, maybe we put some, I don't know, healing or, like, disinfectant. Or maybe it's a dirty bandage. So the bandage has a dirt or a... What do you call it? Soiled? What do you call when a bandage is, like, bloodied? Bloodied. So maybe the bandage has a bloodied value, which when it is fully bloodied, maybe it stops bleeding less, because if something is already soaked in liquid, then it doesn't, I don't know, something like that. And then maybe you could have a bloodied affects, engrossed, which then affects, maybe it can infect you or something if you keep using, if you don't wash bandages or something. And, washing bandages requires that you have fresh water and maybe disinfectant or something. So, like, if you're in the desert and you've only got one bandage and you've got to bandage yourself, then it's like, fuck, do I, like, just put on this fucking dirty ass rag and just risk getting infected? Or do I use the last of my water to wash the bandage to then apply it? Or do I just bleed out in the desert? Or do I just lay down on a rock and, like, fucking cauterize the wound by laying down and applying the burning status to my arm? Just press the ragdoll button and you just hear a sizzle. So yeah, there's heaps, like, this is why I love generic self-managed property system, where, like, the properties are in charge of applying, their links and applying, either directly modifying it or something pulls data from other things. Because, yeah, you can just sort of assign things to other things and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. It can also save a lot of time. Like, consciousness is a good example, where, like, as consciousness goes lower, then your character's aiming becomes worse. And so instead of needing to, apply a debuff to aiming when we, our character drinks alcohol, or when we lose blood, we decrease our aiming, or when we have the broken arm debuff, we decrease the aiming. They can just, indirectly affect consciousness, which affects the aiming, and also the movement, So rather than having to apply an aiming debuff and a movement debuff, and a visibility and a awareness debuff, we just apply it to one stat, which then aggregates in a bunch of other properties. So we only have to set alcohol lowers consciousness, getting hit in the head lowers consciousness, losing blood lowers consciousness, and that's it, rather than having to do like 100 different things. Starts doing funny bug. True. What do you call this concept for me to research? I don't actually know what it's called. I guess like I think Unreal has sort of an implementation. I mean, you could use the gameplay attributes system to set something like this up. I don't think it's like specifically coded for them to all be like self-managed and whatnot, but you could use it as a framework to basically do this. I know they were gonna separate the gameplay attributes and the gameplay ability system from one another so that they weren't in the same plugin, which I think is a good idea. But what was I trying to say? I feel like I don't have a brain anymore. Yeah. Just an attribute to be something I can make in Blueprint without C++. Yeah, true. Yeah, the gameplay attribute stuff is in C++, isn't it? Because mine's fully Blueprint. And because I update it in a, and one iteration per frame sort of dealio, it stays very performant. Simulation property system. Here we go. This is it. So we have the simulation property base class, which just has modifies properties by tag, gather all modifiers, blah, blah, blah. Update property, blah, blah. On property created, on property updated. So, like, we can just say on property updated, character dirtiness. Well, we have a check refresh threshold. Check refresh threshold. Sorry. Which checks against a refresh threshold value. Yeah. So, like, only if the old refresh threshold is like, 0.1, do we want to actually change this thing? That's just so that, like, if something has to, like, change the physics control component, strength or something, it only happens when the value increases by, like, some increment, rather than doing it every single update when it doesn't need to, or even just, like, resetting it back to the original value. So rather than being like, yeah, update collision, it just does it only when it's necessary. And yeah, it handles linking it to all other properties that need a reference to it. So they have an affected by properties and an affects properties linkage. And then that's kind of it. Then there's the simulation property manager, which just manages, links them all together, registers them, deregisters them. We can just get a property by tag. So look through all of our properties and get the one that has the tag. Blah, blah. And so whenever you want to, I want to get this character, I want to just get this character's dirtiness value so I can be like, oh, haha, you're poor. Like for an NPC to, like, say something to someone. We just, for that actor, just an interface that will just return the simulation property manager, get property by tag, dirtiness, and then that will return the dirtiness property, and then from that dirtiness property, we can just be like, get current value, bam. Well, actually, no, we'd want get factor? Get property factor, which is just a 0 to 1 representation of the property. So like if a limb's health is like maximum health 60, then the property factor is a percentage of that, you know, based on its maximum. So if we said get the right arm from this fella, and the property factor was 0 equals 0, then we know that that character doesn't have an arm, or is missing that arm, and they could say, shit, need a hand? Haha, looks like you need a hand. You look like someone who could do with a hand. Just get ChatGPT to write 100 variations of that joke. Alright, bivet painting. Time to bivet paint. Yeah, any biveters? No, because it's bad. True. As a language learning model, I need a hand too. True. Poor ChatGPT doesn't have hands. Okay, let's do flowers. Are they like different? They must be. Yeah, they are. We'll get all of these ones. These are all just flowers, right? That can be trampled. I could even do... they'll be clumps. What's the difference between flowers and clumps again? Flowers can get trampled. Clumps just get pushed around. Yeah. So those are flowers, these are clumpies. Clumpy bushies. So I do these as well as flowers. I'm also just going to move them over here. I'm also just going to move... Fuck. Well, fuck. You know what? Just, let's not deselect them. Do not deselect this selection. Fuck. What have I... No, we're fine, we're fine. Okay, so now we want to right-click. Scripted asset actions. Pris pivot painter. Bam. We want to auto-gen polygroups from UV islands. We don't want to assign any shit, basically. We just want to generate UVs. Sorry, generate groups. Because then we need to... I could probably just do these based on... no, this one would die, because if we do it from center... Yeah, no, that would say that is the... Yeah, so I'm going to have to go through and stemify these. Fuck, that means I'm going to have to unselect them. Modeling. We click the fella. We go to... Paint polygroups. And... 1, 5. We want that to be 0. Oh, and these have to be 1 unit, right? Let me think. Do they have to be 1 unit? Yeah, they are 1 unit. Let's, 5, 4. Shift Q. Bam. Also, that should be not volumetric, just connected. Cool, next one. I wish there was a shortcut to paint polygroups. Also, that should be here, paint polygroups. Bam. Clear U. And then do... Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll do that first and then... Oh, wait. Hello? Oh no, that is already painted. That's good. Alright. Next. We do these. And then yeet you. And this one. We do this. That's number 26. We need to do another one. Shift Q. Do that one. Shift Q. Do that one. And then delete the stems. Cool. Accept. I have to do the... they can just be one unit, right? Yo, who up recalculating? They normal, that's right. Based. Basted. Paint. Poly groups. What the fuck is this? Well, yellow. Can't complain. Keeps it simple. Jesus. What the fuck? What the fuck? I like it. I like it. I mean, I'm gonna have to... for these ones... Yeah, I'm gonna have to repaint them as their overall groups in their second channel. Second channel. These ones weren't included, right? No, they were. Okay, they're like straight up just like fucking ferns. Yeah. Alright, I don't have to do anything to them. It's kind of pog. Accept. Done them. Not doing them yet. It was... Those were clumpy boys. It was these ones here. How the fuck are these set up? Yeah, we get rid of you. EZ. We get rid of you. We get rid of you and get rid of you. Yep. And then for you. I really want to chuck these in Blender once I've processed them and turn the stems into cross-section cards, you know, like X cards. Know what I'm saying? Just so they can be seen from both directions properly. Or all directions properly, not both directions. Who up X and they cards. That's right. That is right. That's based. Basted. Gotta do that. Ooh, that's big. Yo, big. That's big. That's huge if true. I think that's all of them. Sweet. Now I just need to do the fucking clumps. Do I... If they're singular... Can I just get all verts, I wonder? Ah, fuck it, I'll just do it anyway. Generate polygroups. Output layer, create new. It's called clump. I'll just do polygroups. That's it. Accept. And then... Well, actually, no. Can I... So, wait. To polygroups. Can I just do... Like... No, what the fuck have I done there? Default. I just want to set them all to the one group. Poly groups. Fucking... From... UV's nuts. Copy from layer. No, that's just copying from the other layer. I just want to set to channel. Angle tolerance 0. Nope. Sorry, let me catch up on the chats a little bit. In my professional opinion, can starting as a asset shader creator and seller let you get funding for your game projects? Yes. Absolutely. You could, like... you could work as a dish pig, and that would get you funding for your game projects, you know? As long as you're making money, then you can take time off to make a game. So I guess the real question is, can you make money from creating and selling assets? And the answer is yes. But there's a very specific... some assets sell better than others, is all I'll say. So, if you are like a character artist, then assets won't sell as well. But you could easily find work making characters, you know, on a commission or a contract basis for indies. The best things to make assets for, at least in my opinion, and this is coming from someone that has never sold anything on the Unreal Store before, is generic props. Generic props and buildings. Code extensions. And visual effects stuff are like the top 3 assets to sell on the marketplace. Can you talk about a game loop idea? Will there be leveling up abilities, dungeons, etc.? All of them. Kind of. I still haven't decided whether I want to do an active or a passive, you know, level up or like character skill or character stat system. So active being where you gain XP and then you can choose to put a point in something. Or passive being if you keep doing, you know, running around with a really heavy backpack on, then you gradually build up your strength stat. Or if you just run around with a really light pack or no backpack, then you increase your, you know, agility or whatever. The only thing I don't like, so they both have their pros and their cons. Actively leveling up can feel weird. Like, you know, I just spent ages shooting a bow at a target. Now I can level up my strength. So unless it's sort of I mean, some players don't fucking care, honestly. But for a game that's trying to be as not gamey as possible, you know, it kind of does matter. If it's worked into the world building, like Dark Souls is an example. So in Dark Souls, you get stronger by absorbing the souls of others. And so, you know, by absorbing all these souls, and then you can channel them into some aspect of your outward being. It's part of my world building. Every 100 enemies killed, God says you gotta choose a skill to level up. Hell fucking yeah. What is this, a fucking isekai trash anime? Because if so, sign me up. Give me some early alpha access. It's called high art. True, yeah. But yeah, so with passive leveling up, you run into issues like players can't pivot from one playstyle to another very easily. And they kind of get locked in to one playstyle. Because, you know, at the start of the game, I was using a bow because I didn't want to get, you know, my shit kicked in. So I used a bow. And, you know, by the middle of the game, it's like, oh, geez, these enemies are really tough. You know, I should use a bow because I'm level 30 with a bow. And my dexterity goes up because I chose a bow. And if I tried to use a melee weapon against them, I'd just get fucked up. And then, you know, you're basically locked into that for the rest of the game because the enemies get more difficult as the game goes on. Whereas, like, if you could manually assign them, you could use your bow and your high bow skill to level up, but then put those skill points into, you know, your strength stat or whatever. So I'm still undecided. It's actually one of the reasons I've been playing Kenshi, because Kenshi does a passive leveling system where, like, the more a character does a thing, they increase that stat. And then obviously you can do a mixture of both. So, like, your core character attributes could be actively chosen. So, like, you know, I leveled up. And you could explain it like, you know, you gain experience, as in, like, actual, you know, experience from doing all your shit. And then, you know, maybe your character can go and train with someone, you know, train with a master of strength or dexterity or whatever. And then, obviously, you can factor in money into that as well. So, like, you've got, like, a double currency doodad. Maybe they just say, yeah, come back when you're less green. Green boy. You little bitch. That's how all the characters are going to talk in Prismatica. But yeah, and then you could have secondary stats or skills or whatever that increase as you do them. So, like, cooking is a character skill that goes up from cooking lots of food and more complex food and that kind of shit. So yeah, I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Like, you actively level up your, like, base attributes by training once you've kind of gone up a level. And then other things like, you know, cooking, crafting, smithing, whatever, are all based on how much of that you do. Which doesn't just apply to the player character. Obviously, the player character isn't going to be... It would be inefficient to you know, do all of those things, because they will level up fairly slowly. But if you have, like, someone in your party that has, you know, that's like the dedicated clothes repairer that, you know, repairs everyone's clothes when they get fucked up, then they will get more good at that, if that makes sense. Reminds me of Morrowind style skill leveling. The more you use one skill, the better you got at it. Yeah. Yeah, I played a few games that do it like that. There's other ones where you actively unlock a perk or something, a perk or a skill, but then you passively level up that skill or ability with like a mastery by using it repeatedly. So like, you know, I can actively unlock Fireball with my skill point, but then the more I keep using Fireball, then the better it gets. Like it unlocks new tiers of Fireball, like it upgrades itself. Which I think is also a cool sort of thing, where like, yeah, you can... Like, maybe in Prismatica you find a book, or you buy a book from a trainer that teaches you, like, the fundamentals of some cool fucking double backflip. You do a backflip while shooting someone with a bow. And then the more you use that skill or ability, it will, like, upgrade to, like, a fucking... You do a backflip and you shoot 2 arrows. You know? Or you backflip, like, so high that you, like... You fall out of the world. Anyway, back to pivot painting. Fuck. Surely there's a way to do it so that it just sets the group to one big dude. Can you do set polygroup? No. I hate this. One big dude is my new band name. True. Yeah, that's one big dude you got there. Oh, also, is this painting the right... Paint? Fuck. Paint this group. Oop. Polygroups. Now paint all the one color. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it volumetric and... Generate polygroups. New polygroup. Yes. Paint polygroups. Yeet. This is dumb. That's basically their first classical. Classical gassical. Wow, this sucks. But someone's got to do it. Well, I mean, this doesn't have to be done at all, but... Right, this has 3 dudes. So we got 1 dude. We get the second dude. Like this, and that, and that. And then we get the third dude. Yeah, so that's group 27, all the way to the top. Group 28. And group 1. Very good. Save. Nice. Now we go to these ones. I could write a script that does this. That just gets all verts and generates a new polygroup and sets everything to be in the first polygroup. Then all I have to do is go into it, go paint, and just paint the second and third one. Maybe that's what I'll do. Pivot, painter, fella, blah, blah, blah. Pivot, paint, mesh. Fuck, can I even be bothered though? Let's see if I can do it. Create. Layer. That's the dynamic mesh component. We want to get the dynamic mesh layer. Set number extended polygroup layers. Number of layers 0. No, 1. Probably. And then polygroup layers. Create polygroup. Set polygroup material ID has polygroups. Apply mesh crop polygroup bevel. Get number of layers. Clear polygroups. Convert components to polygroups. Create and assign a new polygroup for each disconnected component of a mesh. Regions of a mesh are disconnected. They not have a triangle in common. No, this will have no effect of the blah 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 blah. Now polygroups. Get all triangle polygroup IDs. Get polygroups in there. Fucking blah 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 blah. Set the thing. Oh my god. Fuck. Nah, I can't do it. Well, I could do get all polygroups in that layer and set a new... fuck it. No, that's dumb. I'll just do it by hand. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Yeah, they'd all have to be done manually anyway. This is just for these little shit boys. You little piss boy. Oh, that's already been thinged. Yeah, paint polygroups. Bam. Bam. The game is this moment like our faithful Kenshi. I'm not sure. If there was, you'd have to be able to reattach or grow new limbs. Which isn't, you know, a big deal. That could be... They could have some fucking magic-ass medicine. Oh, fuck, I was... I'm gonna have to go back and do those two again. Hold on. Paint polygroups. And then the polygroups 1. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. And then 2 is also 2. But then we have to go to the default ones. And These have to be 0, 5, 7, 8. No, what the fuck? Go away. Okay, and then this one, default 0, 4, 5. Why is it? It's fucking volumetric. True. Okay, there we go. Cool. And then this one, polygroups default 0 number, and then polygroups 1, or just 4 and 4, whatever. And then this one, polygroups, same color. Bam. Oh, there we go. Could also just be the put weapons or hegs on your stubs, or just have them break rather than... Yeah, so they'll like, you can definitely break them. That's already... Well, it was implemented before I broke everything. 0, 0, 0. But... that needs the new polygroups. Generate polygroups to new. Bam. Paint polygroups. Polygroups. Da-da-da-da-da. What was I saying again? I feel like a fucking... an ADHD boy. Can't even string a sentence together. It's like I don't have a brain. All I can think about is fucking Fruit Loops that I'm gonna eat later. All I think about is loops. Were these... were they... they were. Right? Polygroups default 0. What the fuck? No, they're all... no, they're ferns. They're ferns, because they're all... yeah, single card dudes. Then why the fuck did I... oh, because they've got those on top. Yeah, I remember now. Alright, and what the hell is this guy doing? Eh? You live over here, you prick. Pickle Rick. I'm Pickle Rick! That's so funny. Yeah, any high IQ chatters in the chat today? How do these ones... oh, Fugma. Fvugma. Okay, these would have to be those small flower types. Although they're not very small. Although they are flowers. Like did that thing again. Ooh, let me have a geese. Yeah, maybe it is a thing. All I think about is loops. What the fuck? What is going on? Huh? Sounds like my power is dirty. What would be causing that? Sounds hella weird. Audio, mic. Alright, I'm back. I figured it could have been my microphone cable being too close to my GPU. Potentially. Is it still happening? Let me know if it happens from this point onwards. Because yeah, it definitely sounds like computer interference. Also, we now know that it isn't the gate, so I can put my gate back on. Sorry, my expander. It's not a gate. Expand dong. Expandation. Not right now? Okay, good. It did say, I want to listen to that again. That was kind of wicked. All I think about is loops. Were these... Were they... It sounds like a cat, like... going like towards the end. Like yeah, it keeps what like all I think about. It does sound like a fucking sawtooth. Yeah, like an EDM riser. All I think about is loops. Were these... Were they... That's wacky. Mic fun again? Yeah, it started doing it again, but... So it isn't the gate. But that time it was, like, real fucking crazy. So I'm guessing that it was electrical interference with the... either my phantom power or just directly with my microphone cable. So I've unspooled my cable and put it on the ground. And also, I jiggled the input and stuff, but I doubt it was the input. Input would create crackle and, like, inconsistency, but that was just, like, straight up fucking... You know? That was sick. That was something else. Can I... volumetricize? Bam. Yeah, so now it wants to go polygroups by default. I'm cool with that. Cool with that. I'm in, like, monkey mode, you know? Where you just, like, do a job over and over, but, like, you love every second of it. Oh, you know why? It's because this is, like, weight painting. This is basically weight painting. And I love weight painting. Yeah, and person in human history that has said, I love weight painting? No way. Weight painting's fun as fuck. It's not necessarily, like, fun, but it's like... It's an interesting puzzle every time, you know? Oh, was that using the right fucking... Yeah, it was. Hell, Poggin, yeah. Yo! Alright, what were the last... fellas that I... Was it these? Did I do these ones? Paint polygroups. Have you guys had your stems set? Yes, you have. Right. Generate polygroups. New polygroup called polygroups. Accept. Paint polygroups. Go to the polygroups tab. Excuse me? Why did that generate different? Well, fuck it. It doesn't matter, because we're going to be yeeting over it. You here. You are number 68. We go boop. We go boop. Nice. Next one. We want to get... Let me just do that down a bit. We get you. Good. I love when they go different colors, like very different colors. It's way harder to fuck it up then. There we go. Next one. Oh. There we go. Let's get that all done. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, did I just... no, I haven't done that one yet. That's fine. So you are blue all the way down. Dubbity dubbity. So that one needs to be done. Number 73, meme number. RuneScape meme number. Only real scapers would understand. 73. Oh, that one didn't get painted. Next one. Wait, did that all get done? 68. What's that one going to? So that's all 68ers. This is not done yet. So you and that. You. And that. And that. That. And that. Oh, here's one that missed. 71. Boop. There you go. That one is D-U-N. Done. I think. Oh, wait, this one. No, that's all 68. That's all 74. Nice. Alright, then this one here. There's only 2 to do. We do this. We say polygroups. We say, hey, what is something, 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 something. Cool. Next one. Bam. I need you, and you, and you, and you. You. Nice. Right, finish 2 more. These ones are all single stem, so they're actually easy. Create new, accept, paint poly group, big brush, bam. You're all homogenized. Right? Yeah. And then you... No, not paint poly groups. I want to generate poly groups, new poly group, accept, paint poly groups, do that. I need to... Let me just double check this one. Did I fuck that up? It is poly groups. Okay, good. This one, generate poly groups, new poly group, poly groups, paint poly groups, bam. Sweet. Whew. This is hard work. This is like a workout. Alright, basically done except these. I'll take a break. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, what is the one-on-one if you sub to the highest Patreon? Basically, it's just like what I do in chat, except with a higher priority. If someone has like an issue or they're trying to implement something that I've done a tutorial on or whatever, and they need a bit of extra special help, then I will gladly do so for like 10 or 20 minutes. But obviously not every day. There's a... You don't want to abuse it, you know? It's not a... Yeah, it's not make my game for me. And it's also not like a what's it called? It's not a transaction. It's not like I sub to your Patreon, therefore you have to, or therefore you're obligated to, you know, provide me with some service. It's more like a friendly gesture. Like the Patreon is. The Patreon is there as a friendly gesture to support me, not as a way for me to monetize, you know, get exclusive courses and exclusive videos through the Patreon. Only available through Patreon. Otherwise, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be saying, if you pay $25 a month, you get my book. You get access to my book for how to fucking, I don't know, what's a classic like scam book? How to make millions of GP in RuneScape. How to get rich in RuneScape. That was a classic book back in the day. Fuck, if only I had that. If I just bought that book, I could have been rich on RuneScape. Anarchist cookbook, true. We all could have, yeah. But if all of us are rich, then none of us are. I mean, you can't have rich people without exploited less rich people. You can't make profit on, yeah. Missing out, you could be charging $10 a month for individual systems Frankensteined into ALS4. Fuck, why didn't I just... I need to up my game. I need to start monetizing. I'm going to start putting microtransactions in my tutorial videos. Like, here's... 5-minute materials. The first 5 minutes are free, but then if you want extra examples of what the node can do, you've got to pay $5. Well, actually, no, you you pay $25 a month for the Battle Pass, and you earn Battle Pass XP by watching my videos, participating in the Discord, and watching my streams. And then as your Battle Pass XP goes up, you unlock extra content. How's that for a fucking... That's actually not a bad idea. Hang on, guys. I need to... Let me write that down. Isn't that just Twitch subs? Yeah, basically. EA business model? Hell yeah. You want to recompile your blueprints? $2. You want to build lighting in your level? $10. What is this, fucking Unity? It's funny, it's funny. Alright, did I just select the landscape? Okay, now I haven't. That's good. No, those are ferns. These ones are ferns. They have to get done separately. Apple. Yeah, true. I saw Apple were pulling that one. Like, I'm glad I don't have a MacBook anymore. I'm glad I don't use my iPhone. I'm glad I just don't use anything in general. I'm glad that I'm, like, very hermetic. Is that the word? Hermetic? Alright, let's see if I can crash the engine by... Well, first we want to... Advanced materials, change them all to the flowers WPO fella. Bam. Is that... No, that one is flowers because it has these little dudes on the top. Cool. Alright, let's Control B. And then... Right-click. Scripted Asset Actions, Pivot Painter. In Group Default. Pivot Foliage Type Bush. Paint Vertex Color. Assign pivots based on stem thingo. Ooh, do I want to use Absolute? Do like fucking 10 maybe? No. 5? I'll just do it as relative. So then if we do this, we have... Oh. Oh, wait, no, it does it one by one. Okay, wait, I have to wait. Have to W8. Yeah, so that's how I get rid of the infinite loop thing. Is by just doing one per frame. That all looks relatively good. Although maybe I do want to do it absolute. What the fuck is that? Oh no, yeah, they're the stems. True. Ah, maybe I should have done them as ferns, where it's like the one yeah, no, I can I'll redo them, but yeah, it's fine. I'm just worried that the flower petals are going to be too floppy. Yeah. Same with these. That's going to be funny as. Yeah, maybe I will do them in like absolute, but 10. So that one as bushes, paint vertex color, 10 units, and assign pivots based on the stems. So they will be darker. Darker and darker. But these ones will be like, yeah, sort of dark, but then the leaves will be extra floppy. So that's kind of pog. Although I feel like now that gradient isn't... Ah, it's fine, fuck it. Yeah, maybe I'll up it to 15. That one... Bush. Vertex color. Pivots based on stem. 15 units. Go. That's better. That's better. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Off she goes. Parzok would explain why it does not release for Mac understandable. What's his reason for it? Just because Apple sucks real bad? Costs a lot more to develop for Mac each year. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. For the percentage of income from Mac sales, not worth it. True, yeah, because not many people are gonna... Yeah. Does release for Linux, 0 cost. True. Alright, we want to go to number 0. We want to assign UV pivots based on clumps. Starting UV channel 2, don't paint vertex color, blah, 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 blah. Cool. And that should just assign the pivots, which it's already done. I mean, these will work. It's just, do I want to assign them as... Do I want to pivot paint them as clumps, you know? So it will... Yeah, because I feel like the individual petals don't matter as much. So we'll just get these few and re-vertex color them. Scripted, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to do it from channel 0. We are going to do this as clumpies. Paint vertex color. Yeah. So that should just, yeah, paint them from root to tip properly. So we can then do time distortion based on that. Hopefully these don't float around too much. The contrast should take care of that. Yeah. It's fine. Okay, ghoul. Ghoulio. Cooliosis. Let's see how it goes. So these flowers, they are getting stepped on very nicely. Cool. Those ones are clumps that push out of the way based on stuff. Should probably make them fall over more. I I forgot the water ripples are doing stuff. So these are just as flowers. Cool. That looks pretty decent. Pretty decent. These are also as flowers, but they're kind of stiffer, whereas these are like floppier. Yeah, cool. Sweet. Next up was these bits, which are clumps, which I like this. I think that looks good. And then these flowers here get, yep, trampled nicely. And that's it. Now these ones, I don't know how I'm going to do. I feel like they're like a weird combination of this, like ferns and shit, but also flowers, where like, yeah, you want to be able to squish them down like a fucking psycho. But then the little bits should also move. If you like run your foot over it, they should all kind of rotate. But I don't know how I differentiate between them. I think I'll just treat them as a flower and then just vertex paint. Oh, I could do a height mask. So the bits that are closest down use the fern kind of logic. Because these ones I'd want to, instead of using the bubble to turn them around, I'd want to use the deform stuff. Hello, Miguel. Hello, chicken. Hello, good girl. Oh, nearly fell off. Hmm? How are you? You're a good girl. Also, Finnick, hello. How's it going? I'm doing very well, thanks. Yeah. Hmm. You wanna sit up here? Oh. You're good. That's sketchy. I'll give you my long nails. Yeah. Oh yeah. Loves it. Is that good? You got lots of yum food? This cat hates when I touch her back feet. Funny girl. It's also less than 0.5% of his total revenue. Yeah. Yeah. Mac is just like so different, I guess. Like there's so many extra things. Look, you dive back into Unreal C++ after being away in Godot. Always making UI. How long will I be on the plugin grind? Well, first of all, that's sweet. I hope the C++ goes well. I'm useless with C++. I've actually got Sovereign helping me convert the core plugin logic to C++, which is quite exciting. But yeah, while he's doing that, I'm just working on an extra module for the plugin for pivot painting foliage to work with the plugin really nicely. And just like figuring out a good workflow for that and whatnot. So that we can just like destroy all the foliage. And then it also handles like, you know, big bushes with big leaves and stuff. So let me just make this bigger. Real big. You know what, let me just make it thick. Thick. So yeah, we can like move the individual leaves around as though they were kind of like actually colliding. By using root and tip pivots. Or they're technically not pivots if they're at the tip. But yeah, we basically say, here is your pivot point, and here is your tip point, and then we sample the interaction texture somewhere in between the root and the pivot and the tip of the leaf. So that's why it reacts out here rather than just from the center point. So yeah, that was pretty cool. It works quite well. Nice and immersive. And very cheap. Like, yeah, obviously here's like an entire screen full of them. And doing this many of them isn't any more expensive than doing one of them. Because it's all just in the render target. So that's the beauty of it. Is that it is a flat cost system. Even if there were other characters, like all interacting at the same time. Obviously the characters and drawing their interaction doodads would have cost, but in terms of like the actual shader and like logic for the foliage, there isn't any extra cost. Shortcat, how's it going? How do you do that? Anticipation in jump by holding down a button. Yeah. So the way I do it is the jump is charged. So you hold it down, and if you hold it all the way, you do a big upward jump. But if you just tap it, you just do a little jump, and then you can do halfway. So the jump, what do I call it? Jump crouch is like an additive. So if I do it while I'm running, it still works. If I do it while I'm stationary, still works. If I do it while I'm walking, wait, I need to coordinate my fingers. Then it still works. So yeah, it's just an additive crouch that plays, and then when it gets to blending out, it actually does the jump. So like actually do the character jump thing. And the way that we get like what the charge amount is by getting the time that it starts minus the time. Well, when we release, we check how long it's been compared to what the full length of the jump charge would have been, which is just get anim blend out time. So get anim duration minus blend out time equals the length of the animation, what it would have been. So then if it's like a slower character or like a taller character, then they animate slower. So it's like normalized for what the actual animation time is. So yeah, that's just a thing. Usually what happens, I haven't put it back in, but when you start jump charging, your character slows down. So they slow down to like 200 units instead of 400. So then if you And because the character's deceleration isn't instant, I might even, like, tick it downwards to the thingo. But yeah, if you're running and then you hold down jump, you'll slow down before you jump, but you'll jump higher. But then if you do it like a short jump, you won't have slowed down as much, so you get more distance. So you can kind of like... Oh god, this poor character. Sliding around. If you want to go up a wall, then you can do a big jump. But if you just want to kind of jump over something, then you can just do a little jump. So it kind of like adds a bit of skill to something as simple as jumping. Got a quick question. Traditionally, with shaders, we'd output to temporary buffer to use as a local variable. Do materials have anything like that? Yes, there's sort of two... there's two ways that that's done. One of them is explicitly through... let's just get like a fucking texture sample through a named reroute. Add named reroute declaration node. So we'll call this balls. Wait, where'd it go? Balls. And then we can just type in balls and get it, you know, put it in there and also put it in here, you know, like a local variable. The other way that it's done, also that's just getting an error because there's no texture. The other way that it's done is the compiler will just figure it out. So if you're, let's say we're sampling this texture and, you know, we're sampling a texture and we're sampling this texture into the base color or whatever, but then somewhere else we're sampling the same texture and multiplying it by 2 and putting that into some other shit. The texture will only actually be sampled once because the compiler can figure out, hey, we're doing this thing twice. Maybe we should just do it once and store it as a local variable in HLSL. So, yeah, if you've got like, if you're sampling or repeating code, the compiler will pick up on it. And yeah, figure it out for you. But if you want to make something more readable, then yeah, you can use the named reroutes, which I think are available in Unreal 4, like the last version of Unreal 4 as well. But they're definitely in all the Unreal 5 versions. So there you go. Have fun, have fun. Also, Proxy, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Giga Chad. Giga Chadicus. Chadicus Maximus. What are these? These are clumps, right? Yeah, they're clumps like these bad boys. Yeah. Which means I'd have to paint them like... So stemless and then clump groups. So let's first generate. Auto-gen, bam. Then we go here. Paint polygroups, default. Connected only. Yeet the... What are they called? It's not a spine, it's a stem. Yeet the stem. The spine. Jesus, that's... I mean, it kind of is the spine, right? We also want to turn that all into one group. What even are these things? Oh no, they've got little danglers. I'll put them all as one group. Well, one group, but still separate from the dude. Oh, fuck. That should be all of them, yeah. And then just turn you into mush. There you go. So they'll still get pivot painted. What the fuck happened here? Huh. Does that have a... That does have a thing. Oop. Just need to find somewhere that it's not gonna... Yeah. Yeah. They call me the Pivot Man. Pivot Fricker. He loves pivots so much that he married one. Did I do... Yep. I did that one. Yeah. Cool. Let's get all these bad boys. I still need to do clumping on them, but we can still just see what they're... Well, we can turn these into the clump WPO. Clumps WPO. Wow, look at that. And then we can... Pivot, paint, default, as a bush, vertex paint using stem detection with an absolute leaf thingo of 20. Oh, look at it go, it just fucking does it, oh my god! Any issues? Sometimes they can like really... Oh, I could... Ooh, I could do something advanced. So one thing that the script doesn't do well is... Let's say like this leaf here was going through this stem. Because it checks every dude then... Do you know what I mean? Because it checks every thing. Every stem, you know, everything that's in group 0 of the first thinger. It could accidentally assign this to be like the root of the leaf. What I could do is... If I'm able to get the triangles, what groups it is assigned to on different layers, then I could just be like, hey, get this. So this is one group. I want to get its triangle. I want to see what group it belongs to in the other layer, and then only compare it against these verts if they're in the other layer, the same secondary layer as this. So then this would never compare against, like, these stems. So he would always succeed. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of smart. But I don't know if it would work. So YOLO. How hard would it be to implement QuickTime Mini fight animations to top you fighting games similar to Kenshi, i.e. when a certain amount of damage has been done, the winner takes them out in a flashy way? That would be... I'm trying to think of the word. Trivially simple. You'd just need like an execution action setup and the animations themselves, obviously, but then it's just a case of saying, you know, do this attack. If this attack takes them below, you know, 0 health, then we do this other thing instead. Or if, like, you could do it like Sekiro, where enemies have a posture bar. And if their posture goes to 0, then you can deal a finishing blow. And so, taking out their health in Sekiro doesn't... I mean, it can kill them if it reaches 0, but the lower their health is, the slower their posture regenerates. You know? Can you do a random roll of dice if they do the flourish kill animal? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't want to, like, overdo it, you know? Right, generate polygroup. Second channel, bam. Generate polygroup. Second channel, bam. Generate polygroup. Second channel, bam. Generate polygroup. Next channel, bam. Generate polygroup. Next channel, bam. Generate polygroup. Second channel, bam. Back to here. Paint polygroups. Second channel. Very big. Bam. This one. Paint polygroups. Polygroups. Very big. Bam. This one... Oh, I fucked something up here. Hold on. Paint polygroups. Default. Connected only. That's stem. Ooh. Alright, paint polygroups. Second group. Big. Big boy. There you go. Cool. That one is also... it's kind of weird. Kind of a weird plant. Second group. Single group. Right, this one is where they start to actually do the thing. So... You are number 70. What the fuck is going on here? Does that one... Oh, that one comes off of this one. And that one. And that as well. Alright, new group. Bam, bam. Uh, 70. Is that all? That one comes from there. This one comes from here. 71. Bam. Cool. And this one. Hey, polygroups. Second group. Just go down to 1. Why not? You here. Oh, this one has 2 as well only. Oh no, it has 3. It has 3. But then it also has this extra bit. Just, oh, no, just you. Excuse me. There we go. That's all the purples, and then this last one. Number 3. Bam, bam. 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 Yes. 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 Nice. Alright, any fuckery? That one's good, that one's good. These are all good. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Alright, what was the one that was fucked up? This one. You there. Scripted asset actions. Number 1. Foliage type. Bush. Vertex color. Use stems. Bam. Cool. What the fuck is that? Eh? Eh? The fuck? Oh, right. They're, using the, relative bush to paint vertex color 20 units world space and use the stem. There we go. Now get all of these, right click, scripted asset actions, Pris pivot painter, group 0, assign UV pivots as clumps. Yeah, that's all. Cool. All good. And now, well, we can see them behaving normally now, which is great. But in theory, now if I go to them, they do the thing, I guess, yeah? They behave like a clump. Why do they move so much? Like the leaves kind of bend a bit weird. Oh, right, because these ones are like very... These ones do it, but they're pivot painted darker. Dark and darker. Which I feel like these ones should be as well, because the leaves are a bit too floppy. So let's go in and just give them a bit of a tickle, you know? How big do you reckon those leaves are? Maybe like 30? 30? 35? Pivot based on stem. We'll go 25. No, I set it to 20 before. Let's just fucking... We'll do 30. We'll do 30. Go. That's a bit better. Little bit better. In it. Gonna bend individually? Yeah. That's the idea. So if I go to the medium clumps and we go into here, I'm just gonna say bend a bit more. Bend amount, bend max angle. 60 degrees. That pivot paint is really, really cool. Thank you. I made it myself. In it. It's very handy. It's very handy to have. Yeah, so these all bend individually. These ones get stamped down. Same with these ones. And then these ones have individual leaf interaction. So they paint it as like bushes. These ones here are just, steppy boys. And then these ones are, also steppy boys. These ones are clumps, so they won't get trampled down, but they will. If you go in between them, they'll move out of the way. Which is nice. Never until UI, but I've always wanted to for my current side project. Have a good reason to, so I can't wait to get to that. True. Yeah, I mean, like, Unreal makes it real easy because, the what's it called? You can make an editor utility. Well, you can actually make editor utility widgets, which, get docked in, like, as a window, and then they execute editor thingos. The reason that I did this as a script is because you can just select a bunch of assets and then right-click scripted asset actions and then run the pivot paint script. So, like, you, like, highlight the assets that you want to doodle with. Looks so good and clean. Cheers. Yeah, we could even do... Let me... I could get the clumpy boys. Or the flowers, and actually put the flowers alpha back in. And the color. Right, what else was... Did I have a color setup? I did have color setup. Okay, they look kind of weird. What's a good color for flowers? Red. Classic red flowers. Yeah, I also like how the wind, just plugging the global wind in to the wind effects, actually looks good. Especially once you put like a noise, like a, you know what I mean? A noise thinger with the schwinger. Does a pivot paint script have a widget it spawns in the pop-up, or is it all generated? Never done asset script either. The thing that pops up here is just the function inputs. So if I actually go to the pivot utility dude, just, yeah, whatever whatever inputs to the function will appear as like drop downs or fields or whatever. That's if it's an asset script, which is really handy. Usually I did this directly in the function, but because I needed to do a... Yeah, this is a big fucking mess. Because I had to do... Because I was getting infinite loop warnings, because we're iterating over, like, well, billions of iterations, potentially. Maybe millions. I had to put in this delay until next tick and just do one asset at a time, and I couldn't do that inside the function, so I had to do, like, a function calls an event, which does a, you know, tick delayed loop. And this is just calling a function in an actor, which has the dynamic mesh component, which allows me to do all the GeoScript bullshit. So the workflow is basically just get the dynamic mesh from the dynamic mesh component, set that, get the static mesh that we want to edit, and we want to copy the mesh from the static mesh to the dynamic mesh. So we basically create a copy of the, you know, the foliage or the thing that we're pivot painting. Get the number of UV channels. This is the starting UV channel that we specified. This is the amount of UV channels that it needs. So if that plus that is not equal or is less than the number of UV channels, then we have to make more UV channels. There's an automatic polygroups, boolean, blah, 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 something, something. And then for each polygroup, if it isn't the stem, which is number 0, then we get the triangles in the polygroup and get all of their positions. And then for each position, we calculate where the tip and the root of the leaves are, based on some, you know, different configurations. So, like, is it just, you know, in the z-axis? So this would be used for grass. This one is get closest vert to polygroup 0, so that's like the stem detection version. This one just does it radially, XY. This one does it, get the tip, and then pivot point. Oh, that's for ferns, so it gets the tip for each group, or each, like, you know, section furthest from the origin in XY space, and then the pivot is always 0. That one just gets the average position, so if we had, like, a square card that was just on the ground as, like, a leaf, you know, leaf on the ground, and we want to be able to kick that around with our character, then we just set the pivot position to be in the middle. This one was for clumpy bushes, so we want to get the lowest point first, and then get the furthest away from that lowest, or from the middle, actually. And then we just calculate vertex color from that stuff. Set the actual UVs, which is how we do the pivot painting. And then set the asset as the new one. And that's basically all it does. Pretty simple, pretty simple. Indeed, the magic man. I try. Does this not have subsurface? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's just a test thing anyway. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. I'm gonna do it anyway. Purple foliage? Something people say, it's not really be in future update. It'll be in the next update, hopefully. Yeah, the C++ update. Yeah, wicked. Maybe I'll put the price of the plugin up, though. Suckers. So you better get it now. Get it now while it's cheap. I didn't end up doing these properly. Oops. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, go prone. Ow. Where's the link to the plugin? Oh wait, you don't have Twitch commands on YouTube. It's in all my latest videos, or my video about the plugin. You'll find a link to it. Let me just do these ones and then we'll move on. How were these ones set up though? Because I never decided if they were clumps or the other thing. I feel like they are like bushes, right? Where we'd want the individual leaves to be independent, but then we can't do it as a clump of them. Although I guess if this is their maximum size, then it's probably fine. Fuck, I don't know, man. Found it? Oh, good, oh, good. If you do want it on the Epic Store, you'll have to wait until the next update when I submit it again. Because it got declined because of a weird technicality with what they define a plugin as. So, I mean, I could have submitted it under a different category, but then it would have not been very user-friendly to, like, update it. You would have had to update it manually by, like, replacing files, which is stupid as fuck. But yeah, Gumroad's super easy. You literally just replace the folder for an update. Are you a good girl? You're a good cat. Your mic plays very finicky. Yeah. A lot of people have said that it's sort of a nightmare to get something on there in the first place, and then sometimes for like... Oh, no. They've said that, like, doing updates isn't as bad. They just have to check that it builds, and they basically say, yeah, you're good to go. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Especially when it comes to, like, supporting multiple versions, you know? That sounds like an actual nightmare. You're a funny girl. Funny cat in my lap. Alright, well... I want to have breakfast again. I want to have my third breakfast. Actually, it's kind of lunchtime, so I want to have lunchtime. But I want Fruit Loops for lunch. Maybe I should have actual food. I could have... I don't want toast. What am I going to cook? What should I cook? I could cook pasta. I could cook a stir fry, actually. I got more noodles from the grocery store. Cook some food? Yeah, I always cook. What about I had second breakfast earlier. My second breakfast was frozen berries doused in spiced rum. That was at like 6 in the morning. But now it's like, yeah, 11:30 a.m. So it's third breakfast time. Just trying to think. I wanna like pig out on something, you know? I wanna be like fucking full to the brim with food. I wanna feel sick from eating so much. That's what I feel like right now. French toast, true. I could go get some eggs. I'm vegan except for eggs from my chooks. That's the only animal product that I eat. And man, they lay some bangers. They lay some banger eggs. One of them consistently lays double yolkers. Double yolk googs. They're like fucking this big. So the pasta sounds good. You have vegan cheese. I've got nutritional yeast, which basically substitutes for like, you know, parmesan that you'd mix in with the sauce. And then I can always just chuck an egg in, you know, carbonara. Chuck an egg through it once you take it off heat. Get it nice and thick. Ooh, fuck, yeah. And I've got kale as well. And then I can go and get some sage and thyme from the garden. Do like a herbed, almost like mac and cheese sort of deal. I mean, it's just a carbonara, but without the bacon. But with like fresh herbs, fresh eggs. Fuck, it's good living out on a farm in the middle of nowhere. You can just go outside and bam, I need some lemons. Fuck yeah, got them. I need some herbs. Fuck yeah. You just never run out of shit. Backyard's sadly a little too small for chickens. True. I mean, chickens are pretty... Trying to think. Like, in a room... if your backyard is as big as my room, then, like, 3 chickens would be very happy. If it was grass on the floor. And there were like bushes and just dirt, and they had their water thing. And a feeder and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, chickens really don't need heaps of space to be happy. You'd probably want to cover or like make an enclosure for them, because they'd fly away if you live in a city. But yeah, chickens are a very good bird to keep. Start with quails, but I don't think they lay frequently. That's actually a good question. How often do quail lay? Will begin laying somewhere between 5 and 8 weeks of age. She will lay 1 egg almost every day. She will probably lay at least 300 eggs per year or more. After a brief molt, we will continue to lay almost as well for her second year. There you go. So they're basically on par with laying hens. So yeah, you could do quail. They'd need less space and also less food, but you get less egg. You get little baby quail eggs. But yeah, chickens are very low maintenance. Like, you just give them we just have a hanging auto feeder, like gravity feeder in their pen. And then let them out every day for like an hour or two. The only reason I keep them out for an hour or two is because we've had foxes here lately. So they have to be supervised when they're out and about. But, you know. 2 chickens to about 2 foot square area for sleeping, but you can have a roost box above their grass area so you can kind of double up. Yeah. Ours sleep on top of like a roost thinger. So, yeah. They love just, like, scratching around in dirt and just being chickens, just chilling. Give them, like, little boxes with hay to lay eggs in, and they're happy. They're good to go. Did they smell a lot? Family member of mine had 20 chickens that smelled up the place bad. If it's outdoors and, like, aerated, then probably no smell. It's only like fresh poop that smells. Fresh bird poop. And then after like 10 minutes, that, you know, no more smell. But I mean, I live on a farm, so I'm like constantly inhaling, like, you know, the smell of sheep and cows and, you know, so maybe I'm just used to it. Maybe I've just, like, desensitized myself to it. Hello, Miguel. Whatcha? You're good. Fun fact about chickens, if they eat one of their own eggs, they'll most likely eat all of the eggs they lay. True, yeah, once they get a taste for for eggs, yeah, you'll never get eggs again, you know, they'll just fucking eat them. Which usually they won't unless they're really hungry, but if something, like if another bird comes in and breaks an egg, or like, you know, eats an egg and there's some left over, and then they start eating it, or like finish it off, or like, you know, clean up the laying spot, then yeah, then they'll start eating their own eggs. Yo, who up eating their own eggs? Is your own farm or family owned? Family owned, yeah. Although I'm like the only one here 90% of the time, because the rest of my fam work in like, well, one lives in another town, works in another town, and then another works in another city, like, and lives out there during most of the week. So I'm kind of like the groundskeeper, I guess. As you live on a farm, so you do normalize the smell. Chickens are normally pretty chill compared to many other farm animals. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chickens are very... I mean, you can get, like, a chicken for less than $20. Like, how much? Like, price of laying hen. Australia. Common purebred chicken breeds such as Australorp will cost around 60 each. Crossbreed chickens usually sold for 35 each. There you go. Between $20 and $50. Yeah. So like, I mean, especially with the cost of living, you know, like cost of living just keeps going up and up. Eggs get more expensive. If you've got like 3 or 4 chickens, then that's like literally 4 eggs per day over the course of a year. So what's that like? 300 times 4. 100. Fuck, that's a lot of eggs a year. That's like 1,200 eggs a year. Is that? I guess we've got like 4 cartons sitting in the fridge just full of eggs. I mean, we just give eggs to other like family and friends and stuff. Because we just can't go through them all. Or like do like a big quiche or something. With like a whole fucking carton of eggs. When there's chickens in the backyard, there's only slight smell right up near the coop. Yeah. I feel bad when they die though. Well, they stay alive for like average chicken lifespan. Oh, but not average free chicken lifespan. Between 3 and 7 years. Yeah, there you go. Although they stop laying after 2 or 3 years. You just have to take him to the regular vet. I mean, you could, but usually if a chicken gets sick, it will like die the same night. Like, I've had chickens that just one day, they're just like chilling, you know, doing their thing. They're outside, they're picking all their fucking insects and shit. And then go to check on them the next day and it's just curled up dead in the corner, you know? So, yeah, it's like, it's very hard to tell if one is like sick or has a problem or something. So usually you just kind of let them, you know, keep them all natural. Or you can, you know, just cut their head off and put them in a pot, boil it, boiled chicken, make chicken stock, you know. Very fresh. Although laying hens aren't really like food. I mean, yeah, you'd eat them, like they're edible, but I'm pretty sure in industry farms, they get turned into pet food when they stop laying, you know. Birds hide their sickness really thoroughly, so if you notice on accident, it's already too late. Yeah, it's kind of the same with cats. Cats always, like, you know, if a cat's got a sore leg, I mean, any animal, if, you know, they've got a sore leg, they're not going to limp on it. They're just going to put up with the pain, because as soon as they show another animal that, you know, they've got an injured leg, then, like, they're the next target. So they just naturally hide injury and sickness very well. Cool with being handled so you can pick them up and pet them and they run up to you and stuff? Yeah, chickens, I always, like, pick the chickens up and, like, throw them up in the air, like fucking Zelda. And they go, whoop, 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 back to the ground. It's real funny. They love it. They love going for a ride. Whenever a family pet dies, I go down the rabbit hole of existentialism. I don't think I could handle that 20 times a year. Yeah, well, I don't know. The thing is with chickens, if you've got like a flock of chickens, you kind of view them more as like a single entity in a weird way. Especially if they're all like the same breed and color. It's kind of like, yep, there's 4 chickens, and it's like, oh, now there's only 3 chickens, you know? So, you know. I mean, like, they are obviously individual animals, but it's, Chicken Bob 1A6 died. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is like that with, you know, herd animals. But, yeah. It do be like that. It's kind of the same way that you know, you think of ants and, like, insect colonies as one organism. Like, I don't get upset if I accidentally step on an ant. Although, you know, if ants are if ants have gotten into, like, cat food or something, I'll put them outside so they can at least escape. I'm not gonna fucking wash them down the sink or something. But, like, destroying an ant nest, now that's fucking... That ain't cool, bro. Sure, say when you nurse a baby animal back from bad birth, it's doing fine for a week, then it passes. Yeah, that happens, like... I think I've only raised successfully 1 in 10 abandoned lambs. And, like, yeah, they last a few days, but they just go down and they don't get back up, you know? I mean, like, the thing is with abandoned animals is that the mother can sense whether the baby is, like, you know, if there's something wrong with it, if it's sick or not. And that's why it gets abandoned in the first place, because the mother knows, hey, this one's gonna kick the bucket, you know, in the next few days, and there's nothing I can do about it. And so it's like, I'm gonna save my milk. Save the milk. What do you do with the lamb bodies? I just put them in the bin. Just in the, you know, the regular bin. The waste bin. Same with chickens. They don't get buried, they just get put in the bin. Which kind of sounds brutal and like, you know, where else are you gonna put them? If you bury them, it just attracts foxes. Because they'll smell the decomposition. Why did 2 people just follow me in a row when I said I put the dead animals in the bin? That's weird. You guys are weird. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, if a lamb doesn't make it, then you've got to dispose of it. You can't eat it. You don't want the cats getting a taste for sheep. You don't want the foxes to prowl around looking for whatever's making that smell, so... in the big green bin. Why can't you eat it? Well, it's a lamb. It's like, it's just skin and... it's literally just skin and bones at that point. Like, if you've ever seen a newborn lamb... like, really newborn. Like, yeah, this one's still gunky. Little gunky boy. still got its uteral mucus. So what's in lamb chops? So lamb in cooking refers to, yeah, here's like a fresh lamb. Like, yeah, it's literally just skin, bones, and mucus. Uteral mucus. And the juicy umbilical cord. Yeah, lamb refers to a sheep, I think, when they're like 6 months. How old is lamb? Is lamb meat? Let's do a goog. All our sheep are wool sheep. Lamb, live sheep before age of 1 year, the flesh of such an animal. Mutton refers to the flesh of a mature ram or a ewe at least 1 year old. The meat of sheep between 12 and 20 months old may be called yearling mutton. There you go. So yeah, less than 1 year. And then after that it gets too chewy, I guess. I don't know. I don't eat lamb. I don't eat meat. I'm vegan. Vegan farmer. Never had fried afterbirth? Not from a not from a lamb, not from a sheep. Well, not in general, no. I'm vegan. Yeah, we just throw them in the trash. I mean, I don't see the hypocrisy there. The animal's already dead, you know. I'm vegan, but I eat animals after they've already died. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. Actually, I would eat an animal that I shot myself. So, if I ever get around to finding those foxes, actually, is that I think that's illegal. Can you eat? Because foxes are canines, right? I mean, it is considered edible. Is sold in at least one British butcher. Parasite concerns, blah, 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 blah. Just cook it. Yeah. Anyway, that's a weird one. Shouldn't eat predators. The meat is rich with urea. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think eating out of the predator. Well, are foxes predators or scavengers? I mean, it doesn't really make a difference, but what YouTube said. Yeah, exactly. Scavenger core? True. Imagine you standing there with fork and knife as a lamb draws its last breath. No. No. Oh, watching, I mean, this is kind of a bit gruesome, but, you know, farm life. But, like, watching an animal, like, just die slowly, it's not fun. It's not fun. But, like, for lambs and stuff, like, if they're just kind of, like, laying down, they're, like, you know, shivering or whatnot, it's like, do you really just, like, you know, get the shovel or get the gun or whatever and, like, you know, actively put them down? Because, like, they might make it through the night. They might be fine. Like, I don't know. It's very, you know. Usually I just say, like, it's not my decision to make. It's God's decision at this point. It's in God's hand. Although I'm not religious. It's in nature's hand from that point on. Yeah. Depends if you're hungry. No, no. Just do the best you can. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's like the same with all like caring for any animal. You just got to do the best that you can do at that time, and you know, not feel bad if there isn't anything more you can do. Because if there was more you could do, then you'd do it, but there isn't. And there's only so much you can do. So if what you can do isn't enough, then you shouldn't feel bad about it. I guess that goes for everything, you know? If something is beyond your capability and it goes wrong, then, you know, there's no guilt, there's no embarrassment or anything like that. It just means that you didn't have the right tools at the right time, at the right place. And there's nothing wrong with that. It happens. It happens. Or maybe it was just luck. Maybe it was just luck. Alright, well, speaking of dead animals, we are going to raid Crimson. Because I feel like my stomach is dying. I think I'm just going to have Fruit Loops for lunch. It's hard to see a newborn in the middle of a dark field in the snow. That was a lucky goat. True. Yeah, we don't have snow here, so we don't get that camouflage. Because they didn't have the cash. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, I know I said I was going to wrap it up, but with, like, caring for animals and, like, the cost of a vet and the, like, I went through this with Mr. Cat, the stray tomcat that is basically one of my cats now, when his eyeball exploded. And, like, I rang the vet, and I was like, hey, like, what do I do? Like, you know, this fucking eyeball ruptured. You know, there's clear jelly everywhere. Okay, that's a bit too gory, but... yeah, they were like, well, we can... Yeah, like, you know, is it a registered cat? And blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, it's not. And they were like, well... You know, if we're going to operate on it, it's, you know, it's going to become a registered cat and blah, blah, blah. And it's going to cost, like, you know, $2,000 to remove the eyeball. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, you know, that's a lot of money. That's like 3 months of Patreon, you know, like, or 4 months. But yeah, I was going to take him in the next morning. Because he eventually, like, you know, was kind of back to normal. And then I followed him around that night, and he did, like, his usual circuit around, like, you know, out to the road, out to the wizard's house. You guys wouldn't know who the wizard is, but he's a guy that lives, like, a kilometer away. He's, like, the only neighbor in, like, 25 kilometers, but he's rarely there. So yeah, cat goes down to the wizard's house, he's just pissing everywhere on the way, you know, like he, like, you know, male cats do. And then, yeah, he was, like, running around, he was pretty much fine, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna take him to the vet tomorrow morning, because it was, like, midnight, or, like, late in night when it happened. So the vet wasn't open, and, like, getting an after-hours vet would be, like, an extra, you know, fucking $2,000 on top of the $2,000 for the surgery. So I was gonna take him in the next morning, but then he didn't show up in the morning. Which, like, sometimes he doesn't, like, sometimes he's busy and whatnot. So I said to the vet, like, yeah, like, I can't find him this morning, and He's, you know, I'll let you know if I find him again, and, you know, hopefully I can just bring him in and leave him at the vet, and you guys can sort him out whenever you've got time and shit. But anyway, then I saw him the next day or the day after, and he was, like, basically fine. And I was like, well, like, I know you're missing an eyeball, but, like, you seem good. And, like, usually, like, I've seen eye ruptures, like corneal ruptures in larger animals before, like in cattle and sheep and stuff. And usually what happens with them is, yeah, the eyeball ruptures, but then it just shrinks down into, like, nothingness. And then in some cases, the body will just get rid of it, like it'll just dissolve it, you know, into nothingness. So then I was thinking, like, well, he seems fine. I'm guessing it will kind of just, you know, what happens in the wild when a cat loses an eye, you know, it just fucking deals with it. That's what cats do. So yeah, anyway. Now that cat, its eye is like fucking a perfect, like, it made a full recovery, basically. Like, it's still got like a cloudy spot on it, but like it looks like a globe, like a shiny, it looks like an eyeball, and like I can see the back of it, and it like reflects light when I shine the torch on it and shit. And I'm like, how did that, like, how did an eye go from rupturing to like actually healing and being like stable? So it's pretty wicked. It could have been the wizard, actually. Legit. Maybe that's why he goes to the wizard's house, you know, every night. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good looking cat. He's a strong cat. I'll give him that much. But yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird that it made a recovery, because usually they would have to either remove the eye, although I guess removing the eye only, you know, I guess would get rid of the pain while it recovers, or, well, it wouldn't recover because they removed the eye, but I guess it just prevents infection and irritation and whatnot. But usually, if the cornea bursts, then because the eye will keep regenerating, you know, ocular fluid, eyeball gel, eyeball jelly, which is really gross, but it literally feels like, you know, I won't go into it. But yeah, because it keeps regenerating that, and there's a, you know, a hole in it, then the eye should never be able to, like, close because it's always lubricated and whatnot. Or, like, usually that's what would happen. So it's, yeah, I don't know how he got it to heal up, but it did. Usually, the eye will cloud over and go kind of like pink, because all of the, like, the eye, what do you call the front? I guess the cornea starts to create little blood vessels that, like, then cover the eye that can then heal it and whatnot. So yeah, but now that's all, like, fully cleared, and he's just like a normal looking cat. So that's the story of Mr. Cat, the wild tomcat who lost an eye and then got it back, and now he's just chilling, pissing everywhere, making the garden smell like fucking toxic waste. What a good cat. Actually, it's really sunny. I'm gonna go outside and lay down with the cats. So yeah, sorry, we're gonna raid Crimson. I said we're gonna raid Crimson. That would make a children's bestseller picture book. Shit. Anyway, thanks everyone for listening to my rant, my life experience with living on a farm, and also the game dev that we did before that. That was also important. So yeah, I'll be streaming either later tonight or early tomorrow. I need to do a new video. I've got videos filmed, but they're all kind of talky videos. I want to do like useful video, then talky video, then useful video and talky video. So we might film a video tomorrow night about runtime virtual textures. Who, what, when, where, why virtual textures. Anyway, thanks everyone, and with that, we say goodbye. We're going to be rating first Crimson. When you get into his stream, just say first. Just say first with a capital F. Alright. Goodbye. Goodbye, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. And bye YouTube. Bye YouTube people. Goodbye.